Hey, on behalf of the Cache County and the Planning and Zoning Commission, we'd like to welcome you out tonight to the 2nd September 2021 Planning Commission. We have a full agenda tonight. We have public hearing that we need to get started here shortly, but before we do that, we appreciate your attendance. We're going to have some opening remarks by Melinda Lee. We'd like to recognize Tim Watkins, new planner with the county's office, the building office, development office. We'd also like to recognize John Luthi as the new county attorney. So we'll turn the time over to Melinda for some opening comments and lead us in the pledge.
For my comments, I'll pray. Our Father in heaven, we are thankful to be gathered this day and to be in a free country and to be able to make decisions that we feel are best. Please guide us in all that we do, and especially in each of the individual decisions that we make and conversations that we have this night. Help us to be aware of the consequences of the things that we do, and help us be mindful and sensitive to the needs of all involved, and to make decisions that are in the best interest of the county as a whole. We thank Thee that we live here and to have the general health that we do. We pray that Thou would watch over those who are struggling in various ways, especially health-wise at this time. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. I also failed to recognize Brandon Spackman, our commission chair, is unable to be here tonight, so he asked me to fill in. Our agenda tonight will go as follows. We have a consent item, Mendon South Subdivision First Amendment. We have a public hearing on Title 17 relating to the new alcohol production and sales. Brian Hansen conditional use permit. Coldwater Private Airport conditional use permit. Rocky Mountain Reindeer Farm conditional use permit. West Edge Estates conditional use permit. Valley View Self-Storage conditional use permit, and additional pending action in regards to the Title 17 ag production. This time, we'll turn the time over to staff for the consent item, see if there's anything they want to share, anything else that's been brought up.
Nope, not to my knowledge, we haven't received any public comment on it.
Sorry, I'm going to try and talk louder through the mic. I have not received.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Is the applicant here tonight, or anybody that came on behalf of, so the applicant's here, thank you. Is there anybody else that came on behalf of the Mendon South Subdivision First Amendment that, for any reason? Okay. At this time then, commissioners, so just for your information, a consent item is an item that meets all the standards that the county has set and that they feel is in line to be passed pending no further information is brought before us, and that there's a general agreement of the commission. That's why that an item such as this goes through as easily as it appears.
Mr. Chair,
One more time.
especially where you've got an item removed from the agenda, you may want to take a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay, thank you, and the minutes, thank you. Is there, commissioners, can we get a motion to approve the agenda tonight? And there was an item, the Bailey Acres subdivision First Amendment was removed from the agenda.
I'll make that motion.
Second the motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor of accepting tonight's agenda? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, did everybody have an opportunity to review the minutes of last month's meeting? Any concerns, changes there?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes from the previous meeting.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So at this time is, staff or commissioners, do we have any questions, concerns regarding the Mendon South subdivision First Amendment? And if not, is someone willing to make a motion?
I can make a motion that we approve the Minden South subdivision First Amendment with the 2 conditions and 1 conclusion.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. At this time, the long-awaited public hearing. We'll turn the time over to staff to introduce the draft language for 6160 Winery.
My screen, I just don't know where the document's at. Pardon me.
Which project is that?
Yeah. Points to anyone who knows the lake. You should know. There we go. Tony Grove. Thanks for your patience. I've got the draft language up on the screen. I want to thank those who were able to get comments back to me. Some of those came in time, some didn't, but we've had a lot of discussion across the months about this, so I think there's a lot of comments supporting some of these things. I also reached out to Mr. Mickles' contact, Mr. Martin, and he's willing to be on a phone call. We can tie him in. If I can track down I think I can grab a phone from this next door room, and we can conference call him in, or I can just use my phone, that's fine too, to participate in this public hearing. He also gave me some feedback. I haven't had a chance to review that yet today. It came to me just a couple hours or so ago, but I think there's some good feedback there, things we could consider beyond what we've discussed so far. But what I'll do, I'm going to go through what's here. I drafted some pieces so we can talk about those numbers. I remember the last time we discussed this, the things were what percentage and how many cases is appropriate and what's the actual impact. So I threw some stuff in reflecting what I had at the time. I've got information since then from some commissioners and some other feedback, and so it's not like the door is closed on that discussion. So as you have feedback or information, please direct me to that. The other point I'll make is you'll notice that there's a public hearing set for 6 o'clock, and also at the end of your agenda is identified a pending item. That pending item is for this, so that you can have the public hearing and then come back at the end of the meeting if you want to still have a discussion and take action at that point. So you don't have to have all your discussion with the public hearing. You'll have some time to absorb some of those comments. With that being said, let's go ahead and move through these pieces. Under 6160, what would be 6160 Winery. One change I added is I added a sentence at the end of that first paragraph that's going to reference the definition and the piece that was adopted under the council already for alcoholic beverage in the county code. Now that's not going to be fully adopted until there's a land use piece in place and a fee set in place to accommodate that type of use. So there's a couple pieces still awaiting that to proceed, but it has been adopted. So that definition I put in here because this question's come up multiple times. So the definition of wine is broader than just grapes under the state code. So when we read that, you'll see that wine includes alcoholic product obtained by the fermentation of natural sugar content of fruits, plants, honey, or milk, or other like substance. So when we say wine, it is a broad scope definition And I know I've had concerns, well, does this include, what else is there? Potatoes, or strawberries, or raspberries. It incorporates all those pieces. It's pretty broad. Well, do berries count as fruits, John? Okay, there we go.
Milk?
Since I said that. I can't explain milk. I've heard it
We
exists.
need to turn the dairies around then, right?
They probably already know about it.
I didn't, so.
I have no idea. So that was added for clarity, so as you read that definition, you're not having to jump to state code, to jump to the county code, to actually understand what the next pieces say. So that helps inform what's coming.
Chris, while you're on that point,
Yeah.
I recommend that the first sentence where it says grapes be changed to also say the purpose of processing fruits, plants, honey, milk, or other like substance.
Sorry.
Second line?
I'd identified that myself.
Oh, grapes, that's a good one. Processing, what would you recommend there?
Fruits, plants.
Your phrase that
honey,
you have down
milk,
below.
Or other like substance.
Okay. You know how it feels when someone's watching you type? Times that by 100 right now. Thank you. All right, so as we go through the rest of this, I think the next piece is we haven't really touched. So one, a winery must be accessory to a primary agricultural production use. The key language, the reason for that language is we're trying to draw the line between what is agricultural and then what is manufacturing. So this is one of those pieces that ties it back to ag and helps make that clear. The second one tries to do the same. So now it's saying it must qualify, this is number 3 on the list. It must be located on land that qualifies as land under agricultural use that is actively devoted to agriculture as defined by the Farmland Assessment Act. So that piece right there typically is going to say that it has to be on 5 acres or larger, and it has to have a certain amount of production to qualify as agriculture. Now that's a tax code reference.
Does Greenbelt apply on that, or what?
I would qualify that as Greenbelt.
But if there's a home on the 5 acres, then that won't qualify as Greenbelt.
Correct. Home wouldn't qualify, parking lot wouldn't qualify, there's a bunch of things that don't qualify.
Which would mean that 5 acres, if there's a home on there, needs to be bigger than that.
Correct. So now there's a tricky part of this Farmland Assessment Act from the tax code side that allows them to take a smaller parcel that's say only 3 acres in size and piggyback it to another parcel. So this considers that and allows that to occur. So what that means is if you've got 3 acres and you don't own any property around you, but you've got 50 acres a mile away, they can tie those together and say it qualifies under the Farmland Assessment Act. So while you might have a smaller piece, if that other property's in the same name and it qualifies the same as the other piece, they're okay. And so we have to rely, and we'll rely on the assessor to help make that distinction if property can qualify under those rules. If they don't, then they can't meet those requirements. The next piece is item B under 3. It must be located on a legal parcel or contiguous legal parcels that are 5 acres or larger in size. So we've gone from, it has to be primary ag. Next, we have to limit it so it qualifies under the Farmland Assessment Act. The next limiting factor is that the winery itself has to be on a parcel that is 5 acres or larger in size, or 2 parcels that are 5 acres or larger in size that are contiguous. So this is not addressing that they might have produce or something coming from a different parcel to them, right? This is strictly talking about the impact of that use. So that's the intent of that language. Is that clear, I hope? Let me know if any of this isn't coming across, let me know. So the next piece is going to be that first number we've talked about a few times. So number 4, wine produced by the processing facility must be produced from 51% or more of the agricultural products that have been grown within the legally defined boundaries of Cache County. So 2 things are there. One is the 51%, and the second is we've restricted it to not the parcel, but to the boundaries of Cache County. So while that's somewhat a limiting factor with the 51%, the 51% says, yes, this is ag. They've exceeded more than 50% production there. with their winery. The second one is a test. We haven't really tested this before, but it's saying within Cache County seems like a better scope to allow flexibility and growth for the operation than something else. So I felt comfortable with that, and that's kind of the discussion that the commission had last time that I felt this is reflective of. The next piece, before I had kind of an either-or situation set up for the commission. Do you like number 4 or number 5 to help restrict these types of uses? So far as if they have like crop damage or bad year, stuff happens. And so what I ended up doing is combining 4 and 5 to give you what you'll see now is A, 4A. So I'm going to read that. If there is an insufficient supply of agricultural products that are within Cache County, so within that boundary, due to crop failure or damage, for me that's very broad, it can include a lot of things. A winery may use agricultural products grown within the state of Utah to produce wine. The local wine producer may also purchase bulk beverage, fermented, brewed, or distilled by a state of Utah licensed alcohol manufacturer, and blend the beverage with the local producer's alcoholic beverage. So the intent there is to recognize, again, the approach to allow them to be flexible in what they're doing, but 2, also to set a limit. And the state of Utah was a boundary established because it seemed more reflective of the challenge of working across state lines. And the state of Utah is already going to have rules set up for how that alcohol is provided to these different groups. Now, I'm not an expert on that. I think there might be some feedback I'd love to hear maybe from Mr. Martin. And maybe we should, now that I'm saying all this, I felt like maybe I should have set that phone call up beforehand, so I apologize. We'll try and get that built in here in a second. Maybe he's watching on the YouTube feed, I don't know. So again, we're trying to balance those pieces of not being too restrictive, but not being too open and still qualifying this as agriculture. So the next piece we have is number 5.
Chris, you mind if we have a comment or a question on a particular section, are you okay if we do that in this section? Or do you want us to wait?
I think it's great if we do, as long as we stay on track. We do intend to follow rabbits, and I do the same.
Okay.
Down rabbit holes. So maybe if we get through it, if you have notes, maybe let's address those at the end.
Good.
And maybe in that time period, I'll see if I can set up the phone and get us connected to Mr. Martin, so he can at least listen in. And maybe Keith, can I ask you a favor? Maybe touch base with him and see if he's watching the YouTube feed.
I just texted him that you'd be calling him shortly. What's the YouTube feed? And I've never seen it.
If you go to Cache County on YouTube, it sounds like I'm old, on YouTube, it should be there as live. It should be live streaming on that channel. Thank you. No one's on there right now, Angie's telling me. Let's see, where are we at? Retail sales. Is that okay, Mr. Chair, if we hold that off? Okay. Retail sales, tours, and tasting facilities of wine and related accessory promotional items are also permitted as part of the winery operation. Retail sales, tours, and tastings means tours of the winery or tasting of beverages or both produced by the winery during operating hours. The wine producer may serve food in conjunction with tours and tastings provided. All advertising to the public is only for tours or tastings or both. The amount and type of food is intended to be secondary and complementary to and part of the tours and tastings, and the food arrives at the establishment ready for service or any state generally ready for consumption. There's some funny rules tied in there. If you look at that, you probably bring rise to a question in your mind. First of all, we're focused back on that distinction between ag and manufacturing, but now you'll see this is actually starting to talk about the difference between ag and commercial. So some of these are typical commercial operations that if you were at a restaurant, you would expect to have a lot of food and then an accompanying beverage. And so this is making a distinction that the primary purpose for this use is the winery. It is not the establishment of a restaurant or a commercial operation in that sense. We've drawn a very interesting line that will probably need to be visited at some point under agritourism of how commercial works within ag properties. And there's going to be some, I think there's a need for a longer, deeper discussion about how that works and maybe some additional detail that needs to be added there. But for what we have presently, the intent there is to identify that this is not a restaurant. These things are limited. One of the commissioners, Mr. Chair, it may have been you, may not have only been you, but may have been Brandon Spackman also. The question about advertising, about how we can restrict that if that would lead to some legal issues or questions. And that's a good question, but I don't know. That's something I'd love to discuss with our attorney, Mr. Luthi. And that would apply to the rest of these. Number 2 and 3, I'm less concerned about. Number 1, the question about advertising, I can't directly answer because that's a legal issue. Number 6, so this is something we've discussed quite a bit, is how do we limit the amount of impact to the property? One of the things we settled on was let's limit the number of cases they can produce. That should limit the amount of impact. When we did our site visit out to Slide Ridge and looked at their operation, their process, we had a fairly good idea. They'd already separated some of their operation from ag and manufacturing to be distinct pieces for different reasons. So we didn't have really an apples to apples comparison, but I think it gave us a good feel of how much impact could be resultant from this type of use. And it seemed to be, we could stretch that one way or the other depending on what the commission or council's comfort is with that. So right now it's listed at 5,000 cases based on the information I had at the time. I've had input from some commissioners since then that they're comfortable with up to 15,000. And I'm not married to any of those numbers. I'm just interested in what makes sense from an impact standpoint. So if there's no difference between 5,000 and 15,000, that makes sense to build the flexibility into that opportunity. Because we're not interested in trying to restrict that. We're just interested in impacts, typically, as a commission. So those pieces are addressed there, those numbers are addressed there. There were some other numbers in there that I removed because I blended those other pieces together, so it wasn't necessary. Let's go ahead and go to page 2. And we're going to tie it to overnight accommodation. This comes, oh, sorry.
Sorry, how many bottles are in a case?
12, there you go.
12 750 milliliter bottles.
Good question. At the request of the council, when we first met with them, this piece was added, that there should be some consideration for overnight accommodation. So this is pretty much a copy-paste directly from the agritourism piece straight into this. Keep in mind that there was a lot of discussion about whether this piece of code belonged in agritourism or on its own. So you're going to look at this and think, this really feels like agritourism, right? But it exists on its own for reasons specific to the need to rebuild the agritourism ordinance itself without complicating it beyond what it is. We're going to complicate it a little bit. So I don't know if there's any preferences. We haven't had any issues with this requirement, other than we've had people want to have a detached structure that's their guest house and not have to live in the same home where people might come to stay. But this makes it very clear that ag is the primary, right? If someone's going to come and stay at your place, then that ag is the primary. But again, I think there's a bigger discussion to be had around that piece. So far as the schedule of zoning uses, this is where we're going to determine where this use is appropriate and how it is appropriate. I've identified, based on discussion with council and with the commission, that the A10 and FR40 zone appear to be the most appropriate zones for this type of use. That does require a conditional use permit, which means it'll come to the commission for approval, which you're required to give with rare exception, but you're able to impose conditions if there's a noted impact. I think you're aware of most of these, but I think it's good to restate some of those for the audience also. The other items, the N on the RU2, RU5, those are primarily residential zones, so it's not permitted in those zones. And the resort recreation and commercial and industrial, it's also recommended as a no. I could see some potential for it being a conditional use permit in the resort recreation zone. That seems to be suited to that type of use. The other zones are overlay zones that are specific to mineral extraction and public infrastructure. So those are also not appropriate and identified as the dash essentially means not applicable. So there's some pieces I've thrown out for maybe for discussion there. The last piece is tied to 177040. We have some language there under agritourism's definition that could be construed to mean that this use could occur as is under agritourism. So what this does is attempts to clarify what that applies to. So when it refers to processing, we've made clear that it does not include to a winery or a small-scale slaughter facility. For a point of clarity, since it already exists in another piece of code, both of those do. Again, I know I've stated this already, but we're going to have to revisit agritourism to rebuild those pieces. That is staff's report. I'm happy to take any questions, and if I can clarify any of those pieces, I'm happy to. Perhaps I can go grab the phone right now and get that set up, and we can get that connected, so as public has comment, Mr. Martin can also provide comment. Is that acceptable, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Do you want to wait and get him on them before we take any questions?
That's up to you. It might be helpful for him to
Fine.
hear some of that.
Yeah. Hey, and if you've come tonight and want to make some suggestions or share your thoughts, we welcome you once we open the public hearing. We'd like to keep your thoughts and comments 3 minutes or less. And if you've got suggestions or heartache or whatever, we want to hear your thoughts. So,
Because it's such a long agenda, they don't have those instructions.
huh?
They usually have those instructions about the 3 minutes on the
Yeah.
back side, but it was a long agenda, so they're not on there.
Do we have an idea of how many are here to speak on this?
We didn't get to raise a hand, but there's,
Say that might be a good use of our time to gauge that right now, is just to see how
We
many.
did ask earlier.
Did you?
How many were here for it, but not necessarily how many would speak.
just out of curiosity, by raise a hand, just raise your hand again, or, yeah, give us an indication if you attended tonight for this public hearing only. Okay, thank you.
How many intend to speak?
How many of you that raised your hand would like to share your thoughts? Yeah, we haven't opened the public hearing, we're just thinking ahead.
I do with this cord. I'm gonna put it front and center in front of you. Ready? I'll put it out here.
As you're getting that set up, I'm not sure the public has heard an explanation if we were getting on the floor.
Oh, thanks, John, yeah. I mentioned this person a couple times. This is a consultant that works with a lot of different wineries and may be a good resource for the commission to hear some information or ask questions about. Steve Martin with Steve Martin Associates, someone that works, I think, has worked with Mr. Mickle-ish. Okay, but might have some good feedback for our commissioners. That's just a source, a professional type source. Try not to knock that.
Hello, this is Steve Martin.
Hi, Steve. This is Chris with Cache County. I've got you on speakerphone with our commission and the audience here. I'm turning you on so you can hear some of the comments, and then they can invite you to participate as they need. Does that work?
That would be great, thank you.
All right. You guys hear him okay?
Yeah. Does he have our packet?
I don't know. I don't think He's got this stuff I've sent him, these pieces.
Okay. At this time, are we okay to, commissioners, maybe we should just start at the top. Did anybody have any additional thoughts or questions on the introductory paragraph? Item 1. Item 2. Item 3. Item 4.
Hey, maybe a quick question on item 3. Is there any relationship to Greenbelt?
Yes.
Isn't Greenbelt 5.5 acres?
That they've called it 5.5 because it is 5, but they've said 5.5 because people
To
don't consider
allow
their
for the
house.
house. Okay, I just didn't know if it needed to be 5.5 or 5 is okay.
5's okay.
Thank you. Any other comments on 3? 4?
On number 4, this is a very, very minor thing, but under A, we say products that are within Cache County. I wonder if we want to have a little clearer statement on that, produced within Cache County, or I don't know if that's, it probably doesn't
I think that's a good clarity.
matter, but
Produced within Cache County, right?
Thank you.
Doing wordsmithing like that,
Okay.
and I could save that maybe for the discussion.
Oh, good point, yeah.
Any other thoughts on 4? I have a couple of things on 4. So I appreciate staff's willingness to and the consensus of allowing the 51%. 2 concerns that I have, and I'd like to see how you guys feel. From our original discussion, we identified 2 potential times of shortage of product. One was obviously in a bad year, whether it be hail, drought, whatever else. Second was in the first 4 years or 5 years. Mr. Mickle made us aware that it takes 4 to 5 years to get a crop up and producing. And so if someone's making the investment into this without allowing them some allowance in them first 4 to 5 years, they're gonna have 0 income and a whole lot of expense. I would be inclined to allow, or may I suggest that we consider allowing a variance for that startup period. Mike, did you want to discuss that further, or?
Can we put it in as newly established, have up to 5 years to meet the production requirements that we are gauging under here? Does that help on that?
How do you feel about it?
I agree, if you're saying is it 4 years you say before a,
To get a grape crop up, I think an orchard crop's probably longer, but, 5 seems like, your orchard, 7 is for orchard, grapes are 4 for a full crop.
I guess my concern would be when this goes to the council and their priority was to prioritize ag. And then to have that not be the priority for the first 5 years might set a precedent that they might not feel comfortable with.
well, but then also,
Nolan might have better, yeah.
if you're growing, there's no production, so you've not countered any problem, right?
If I could just, my thought is that say you start a winter and you get up to 3,000 cases and you're in your 4th year and you're just starting to go and now you're starting to replant to get to more cases. What would a normal business do when they can't get enough production, but their demand is so high that they don't want to turn customers away and they don't want to lose that future market growth by turning customers away and saying, well, we just can't provide the product because we've got to wait 3 more years for that crop to come into production before you have such a long lag is to grow your businesses. You don't know whether it's going to be successful, so you don't want to put another 100,000 into grapes right now. Then all of a sudden you actually see success. What do you do? Because you're limiting our production to just Utah or Cache County, and then in a damage year, Utah, which has a very, like for me, grapes is a very limited production in Utah. I'm one of the biggest growers in Utah as is. So in a weather damage situation, I can't even go to Franklin County to get the grapes, because that's in Idaho, even though it's in the same valley. And so most businesses have the flexibility to go out and say, well, I'm gonna go, like Slybridge would say, I'm gonna go buy honey from any place I can get honey until I can get my hive content up to where I then can meet my new demand. Most
Mr.
businesses
Chair,
don't
just
have
a point of order. Have you opened your public hearing?
No,
And-
let's,
and I appreciate your comment, but I don't know if it's helpful to have the back and forth like that.
okay. We do appreciate that information, but back to Nolan, to your thought, maybe share one more time your feelings. Are you uncomfortable with that allowance, or what do you feel about it?
No, I hear what you're saying as far as the establishment of starting and growing in that.
Any part of the initial investment, whether it be the investment in the crop or even the investment in the equipment, if you're not starting to get a return on that, how does your banker say, yeah, I'll wait 7 years, I'll wait 5 years?
I'm just thinking of the side of if I start a winery, but we allow them to bring everything in for the first 4 or 5 years,
How you gonna wean them off?
how am I gonna wean them off, or how am I watching that or monitoring that? Does that make sense? Because then I've almost fostered an outside source of producing the wine.
And I, I definitely think there's two sides to it, but I don't know, another thought, even like this year, people still continue to raise cattle. They have beef cattle. But if they didn't produce enough hay here, or if they just started into it, and there's even people that have cattle with, I know I'm not trying to diminish our 51%, I'm just saying that every other aspect of agriculture has that allowance to either whether you're getting started or whatever. It's just simply, I don't want to waste any more time on it if nobody else feels that way, but I still think it's worth consideration. Because at the end of the day, I don't know how we can, I mean, we have these guidelines, but we have to make it so that they can financially make it.
Just a point of order, I'd probably hold your hearing since it's scheduled, and then there's discussion.
Okay,
scheduled
okay.
later.
Okay,
I would agree with that.
commissioners, are you okay with that?
Any more questions? Were there many more from commissioners or?
Well, the only other thing that I had, and I don't want to go against John's advice, I was concerned about us restricting it to the state of Utah, because even a year like now, let's say that the drought is the reason. Well, we're a heck of a lot better shape right here, even though we're in a drought in southern Utah. So where are you going to find product? Why are we going to restrict them? Because the state's governing that. If, from the research I've done, if they import material from any other state, it has to be reported. They have to report it. They have to, their ingredients have to, they can't just do it without being reported, but. So commissioners, did you have any questions on the other 3 items, or are we good to open the public hearing?
I just had a quick question on 5.3. So it says the food arrives at the establishment ready for service or in its state generally ready for consumption. I just wasn't understanding if, are we saying food has to be brought in off-site, or catered, or can they make food on-site, prepare food on-site?
We need clarity on that.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
That was the only other
I
question.
had that same concern. I thought of, okay, we have a winery that would probably have other production there. They put some raspberries on it. I mean, is that prepared or is that production on site? That would seem to go along with the type of use that we're looking at.
On item 5, the only question I had there was actually on 1. I know advertising's been brought up a number of times throughout the discussions. In the packet that we were given on last meeting, the 5th of August, page 10 under miscellaneous, it specifically identifies advertising on county-owned property prohibited. But I'm not even okay, so we could even go out here, there's 2 points to that. We could go in here to the guest center, which is officially county property, and I'm confident we could probably find something relating to an alcoholic joint, or whatever the appropriate word terms is that. But at the same time, I can't think of any other places. Most of your billboards and signs are on private property, so I don't really see that as being a concern. That's all I have for any of them. Commissioners, any other?
No, I asked him about a couple things before the meeting.
I'd make a motion, we open the public hearing.
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. At this time, we open a public hearing regarding our ordinance 2021-21, amendments to Title 17, amending Title 17 to allow a new use type for agriculturally related alcohol product production and sales, and more specifically, draft language for the new Code 6160 winery. Feel free to come up here. We'd ask that you...
Can we hear Steve's comments first? I'm just curious.
Steve, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
There's been a request from the audience that you share your thoughts with us.
Okay. I did send some notes to Chris, which I don't have in front of me. I apologize for that. I had to run out to a kid's soccer game. But so in regards to the earlier discussion on having fruit available prior to the production of the grapes on site, and as Keith indicated, it's typically 3 to 4 years, depending on the rootstock, to actually pull a crop off the grapes. One approach that Santa Barbara County took, which is effective, is that they require the plants to be in the ground prior to the use permit being vested. And so if you did have a drought, or if you had a bad winter and the production and harvesting of the grapes was delayed, the county is comfortable because the actual grapes are planted. So that's something that you may think about in looking at a winery being allowed to import fruit prior to their crop coming on. Another point I wanted to make, which it seems like one of the commissioners made, is on a catastrophic situation where they had to pull fruit from out of the area due to some disaster or some drought or freeze. I would recommend that would be allowed to be out of state, primarily because if there is a disaster of some sort or a climate condition, it's going to be regionally or statewide. So then that winery would be precluded from producing product that year if they can't pull from outside of the area. Then I would also like to point out a 5,000 case winery is what we consider typically a micro winery. It verges on between what we call a micro or a small winery. 5,000 cases is about the lowest production for wineries to be economically viable, and that is also with the largest percentage of their product being sold direct to consumers opposed to beyond the wholesale market. And I would encourage the commission to look at a larger maximum production due to the economic reasons and supporting, an egg processing facility that can process and actually be a viable business processing the agricultural product grown on site or in the nearby area. And then, in regards to a 5,000 case winery, I like to explain to the general public or commissioners about the impacts of a winery. A 5,000 case winery will use annually water that's equivalent to a one-bedroom residence. So 5,000 cases will use about 160 gallons of water per day, and a bedroom is 150. So it's a little over a one-bedroom house is the water use. In regards to the traffic is, I think I did a quick calc. I think the traffic is an average of 2.7 vehicle trips per day, where a residence, we use a generation rate of 10 vehicle trips per day. And I'm just providing that to give some context of the size of a winery. And what happens, you can't always look at a direct relationship of building area to production, but obviously the square feet per case of wine is larger on smaller facilities than it is on a larger facility. And it also depends on the varietals and how long a barrel aging a winery will do. Some wineries will barrel age for 1 year, some wineries will barrel age for 3 years, and if they have 3 vintages in barrels, then they're going to have barrel room space 3 times greater than a similar winery that vintages for 1 year. Other than that, if you have technical questions or planning questions, we've probably have acquired 200 use permits throughout California for wineries and also in Oregon. We also design wineries and we build most of our designs. So any questions in that range, I'll be glad to field at any time during your hearing.
Hey, may I clarify one thing?
Yes.
So, we mentioned that, or you mentioned, I think it was in the Santa Barbara area, that they allowed them possible allowances either on a bad year or on a getting started out, that their production be tied to what they actually have planted?
And it depends on which size of a winery. They have different percentages of grapes grown on site or in the nearby area. And I believe they're at, for this size winery, I believe they're at about 25% of the grapes being processed are to be grown on site. They're not at the 50% for that small of a winery. Napa County has a 50% grape sourcing for the county, but they don't for the individual property. Sonoma County, that has the most wineries, does not have sourcing requirements, though the Sonoma County vintners, want to push that county name. So, and then also, I have not seen a county that disallows grapes being imported from outside the area during, a catastrophic year. They don't have a requirement that it has to be from California.
Okay, thank you.
That's good.
Is that okay? Okay, so at this time, you're more than welcome if you'd like to discuss this or share your thoughts, ideas. Come up to the podium, please state your name and address us, and if you can keep it under 3 minutes, that's appreciated. Don't all come at once.
Keith Mickle. I just like to say I'm a big fan of the free market and the invisible hand and private property rights. And the only issues I think that I've gathered from the other people who are looking at possibly doing a winery is that in-state Utah production for in natural disasters. I like what Steve said. I've never heard of that, where they do the vines in the ground. That would be a brilliant way to do it, because if you've got it. But my biggest concern is that if we are successful, that the free hand of the market allows us to grow, and that we can have the ability to run our business without an excessive amount of risk. And that screams risk to me. If in, like, this is a statewide drought we're in, and the production in Moab they're big, but they're not enormous. And St. George is just starting their production. So, and I can't even go to Franklin County to source some grapes, and they're only 20 miles away. And I can't go to Washington. I just see that as, it just screams Karl Marx's control the means of production. The first way to control the means of production is where a person can buy their product to produce. And so to me, it screams so counter to what I've grown up with in this valley. I would say that if we've got the vines in the ground and we're doing our dangdest, why can't we in a situation be able to pull some grapes from somewhere else when we need it, or apples or whatever? But I'll leave that to you to think about. The 5,000 case winery thing, I've said again, that's the goal that we have to achieve in order to be profitable, as he dictated. If you're going to put that as that's the ultimate limit you'll allow, then what it says to me is that agriculture in Cache County is to be limited to a 5 to 10 acre ag. We are getting away from big farms, because if I wanted to go start a hay operation like I currently have, I don't need a conditional use. I can go get a zoning clearance and build hay sheds. I can basically run 20 semi-loads of hay in and out of my facility, plus the public, plus all the tractors and everything that's rolling in and out of there. Very impactful. As Steve said, winery is extremely small impact to the community. The only other question is, I wish John would clarify, what does that advertising wording mean? It seems so ambiguous to me that I don't know what that means. Does it mean I can't, in my advertising, I'm not allowed to say winery?
I don't know, I didn't draft that language.
Oh, okay. I just,
Think about that as you discuss.
if you, I'm confused.
Specify winery, not the food.
Not the, oh, okay, could you put that in there? Because what it says to me is, we don't want you to put a glass of wine on your advertising, which all that is against the First Amendment anyways, and I was just like, that's crazy, but that makes a lot more sense. The one thing I will say about the food, the state of Utah wants food to be present wherever there's alcohol, and they do that for a very smart reason. And so, yeah, we're not looking at restaurants. None of us in this want restaurants, but we do need charcuterie, cheeses, some sorts of things you just slice up. As long as you can slice it up and serve it. And the Bear River Health Department does have to inspect those. I will go back to the Utah limit. I actually think that's unconstitutional. I'd refer to the attorney. I think that affects interstate commerce, in saying that we can't, in a disaster, ever buy outside of the state, because it does affect interstate commerce, and there's been a number of cases on when states try to regulate that. So that would be all I'd say.
Thank you. Just remember to state your name, please.
My name is Dwayne Miles. I'm not a wine drinker. My wife might use wine vinegar once in a while, but I would observe that if Grammy's Peaches on the Fruitway runs short of peaches, I don't think anybody's telling them they can't get peaches from wherever they can get them. I don't see why this operation should be treated differently than other agricultural outlets in the state. I also agree that if you want to do something with your own property, it's got to be shown that there's a real harm to somebody else before you restrict their property rights. So I support the winery, even though I'll probably never go there.
Did you state your first name again, please?
I did. Dwayne.
Dwayne, thanks. We want to hear from you. Come on up.
My name's Justin Robinson. I live here out in Paradise. Again, I don't drink, but from an ag background, there's a couple of additional things I think needs to be addressed in this as you put it together. Going back and talking about economic risk and talking about, you know, okay, what's the capital going to be required to build a winery and operate a winery? Are there provisions for a co-op to be able to operate? The way I see that, I don't think you've got that covered. And I think that's a very critical aspect. We milk a whole lot of cows up in southern Idaho, and we pooled with a bunch of other dairies to build a milk plant. If you've seen high desert milk butter in the store or Tillamook, that comes from our place. But I can tell you that without the ability to put that co-op together, the risk involved was too great to get started. And so in respect to this, I think also it would be wise to address that and allow, you know, the way I read some of that, it's as though, okay, well, you have to build your own winery on your own ground and produce your own crop. There's too much risk in that. I can speak from an ag background, I can speak from a financial background. There's too much risk for somebody to be able to take that on. And we want ag here in the valley. We like it when it suits our needs. It's pretty. It's a nice neighbor most of the time. Okay, we have those aspirations until we move in and we want something, you know, we don't like a tractor baling hay at 2 a.m. outside our bedroom window, but it's what it is. You know, you look at diversification in agriculture is going to allow Cache County to retain that ag status and be able to do multiple things from a financial viability standpoint. So I think, you know, from a co-op standpoint, I think you need to broaden some of the language in regards to the requirements on what's grown, what's produced, and also I 100% agree with the sourcing. If you restrict sourcing to Utah, again, there's too much risk in it. You've got to be able to go someplace else to get your inputs when needed. And I'd say that regardless of whether you have a drought year, you have a crop failure. I just think, you know, we have enough restrictions that are placed on these types of businesses from the state level. And I think if you allow the state level to do their job and govern that, I don't think that's something we really have to micromanage at a county level. You know, somebody else has already got that covered. And I think there's lots of times we get into situations where we think we've got to micromanage something here when it's already being managed at the state level. It's already being managed at the national level. There's already a set of books. We don't need to reinvent the wheel and come up with our own. So I'd encourage you to broaden that and also get rid of the restrictions in regards to sourcing. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Let's hear if somebody's excited about it or opposed to it. We want to hear your feelings.
My name's Ben Keaty. You guys have seen me. I show up to this throughout month after month. Want to have a cidery. And I'm kind of getting excited because I think you guys almost have this nailed down. There are a couple things that still need to get addressed. I think they've been brought up. But I think with a little bit of tweaking, we can have the free market work. We can do what we want with our property values. And I think you guys, it's almost to where it's worked out.
Did you have any specific suggestions?
Nothing that hasn't been brought up.
So I do know, though, that you commented you're an Apple.
Yeah.
And so your wife or you said that you're 5 to 7 years to get established. So
yeah.
As we look at this from a crop or a fruit, not just a grape.
It does take a little bit more time, but I think that if you look at the fruit and you say, well, grapes are this, apples are that, I don't know if it works where you have different variances for different fruits or whatnot. I do like the idea of having vines or roots in the ground saying, okay, you can bring stuff in because we can physically see you are doing something agriculture. You are growing it. You're going to make this work. So I do like that.
It's a good idea. Thank you.
My name's Lori Spears, and I'm in Paradise, and Ben's my husband. We'd like to do a cidery. And just a clarification, with the 7 years for apples to get to full production, it really depends on what rootstock you have the fruit on. So if you're growing dwarf apple trees, it can be 2 to 3 years. If you have semi-dwarf trees, 5 to 6 years. If you have full standard trees, it's going to take longer. So just a consideration. A lot of things that were already brought up, I agree with. 15,000 cases. Broadening our ability to go outside Cache County with apples. It's a little easier, I have to admit, because Utah County growers do have a lot of apples, but grapes, yeah, there's not a lot of grape production here in the state. What other? Yeah, I can't think of anything else, but I'm in support of this, and I'm excited. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Martin, was there anything said or anything else you would like to add? You still with us? He may have hung up. Okay.
Pick up that phone then if he's off.
Oh.
This is Steve Martin. I apologize. I had mute on, so.
No, that's good. We can hear you because I thought you were still there. Did you have was there anything said that sparked further thought from you to help the county?
Yes, one thing primarily is I'm not sure who from the public spoke about the other fruits used for wine or for cider, and those could have longer harvest periods or gestation periods until they could be harvested. So again, I would encourage the council to look at plants in the ground or trees in the ground for vesting of the use permits, opposed to a limit of time that the fruit could be brought in.
Okay, thank you. Any further suggestions or discussion?
No, not on my part.
Thank you. You want to stay on for the rest of our discussion here then, and regarding this?
I would.
Okay. Staff, any further thoughts from you?
Can we push this till later and move on the other items?
Sure.
Been here
That's all right. Yeah.
I've made some notes that might fit in well with the later discussion for when that comes
Okay.
on the agenda.
Out of respect, that's an excellent idea then. We'll move ahead for those that came for the other items, and then we do have follow-up on this for our last item tonight. Mr. Martin, are you good then to go now?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. We appreciate your time. Okay, moving on to number 4, the Brian Hansen conditional use permit. Staff?
Yeah, given the time and the number of items still, I'll just briefly go over this. But this item was continued from the July 9th Planning Commission meeting to allow the applicant to provide more detailed information regarding his request. But it is a request to operate a commercial kennel on 2.17 acres located in Cove in the commercial zone. The proposed commercial kennel facility will provide services for canines, including daycare, boarding, exercise, socialization, and training for a maximum of 30 dogs. Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Hours of operation are proposed in the letter of intent is 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. The hours between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. and then 5 to 6 are for off-site kind of pick-up and drop-off service as well. And then outside the hours of operation, there will be animals boarding at the facility, and they'll be crated or kenneled. A 6-foot-high tall fence is proposed around the perimeter of the kennel with 3 feet of buried fence on the inside to prevent digging. Construction of an additional interior and exterior fence could also be built with 2 to 4 inches of rock between the fences to further prevent dogs from digging or escaping. A black mesh lining will be added to cover the west fence line along the highway to prevent traffic from being distracted, and outdoor cameras will be placed on the property to allow owners to check on their dogs throughout the day. The kennel facility itself for boarding is proposed as a shipping container with a shade structure, and it will be temperature controlled with heating and air conditioning powered by generators. They're just planning on the owner-operator being the only employee until they reach 75% capacity, which is about 22 dogs. Then they may hire additional help. A commercial animal kennel is defined in the code. There are specific requirements as to setbacks and noise level. And sorry, I'm just trying to highlight the important stuff. So one of the issues that was discussed previously that they have talked to our Public Works Department about is access to the road. They currently have access from Highway 91 and then 2 county roads. Currently, commercial access is not permitted on county roads that are classified as minor local roads, which both of the county roads are. So they will be required to make improvements to that minor local road so it meets a major local road standard. Or they may need to work through UDOT to get access to the property with that. And they do have an appointment set up with UDOT. They just haven't discussed that with them yet. So known or reasonably anticipated detrimental effects of the use would be waste disposal would be a primary one. Has the potential to produce a significant amount of waste. In the letter of intent, excuse me, I'm trying not to cough. And the applicant is proposing to collect the waste daily and harrow it into the grass on an existing property adjacent to this kennel. They've identified a property and a property owner, but we do need confirmation from that property owner that that is going to happen and is approved. The animal waste cannot be disposed of on the subject property or harrowed into the property. And alternatively, this CUP would allow for waste to be discarded into a trash bin for pickup and disposal at the regional landfill. Noise is also a potential concern. Multiple dogs at the kennel could create reasonable anticipated detrimental effects. The applicant did provide a sound study as is required by the code. However, the qualifications, it's not clear if it meets the qualified professional under the code, and so there's a condition that that would need to be, a noise study that does meet the code would need to be provided. We did notice this for the July meeting. I did receive one public comment. Sorry, it's not on here, but it was a local person just asking some general questions about how it was going to operate. I believe most of those questions were addressed through the revised site plan. We have 14 conditions related to this that we believe will mitigate any negative detrimental effects, and with that, I'm available to answer any questions. And again, sorry, that was kind of a quick run through.
Commissioners? You guys have any questions?
Yeah, it's a whole lot of conditions that I guess the staff.
At this time, would the applicant, have you had the opportunity to read the conditions and such and understand everything that the conditions and such that the county's?
Yeah, we read it and we have some comments whenever we're ready for.
So come on up. Is there anybody else here tonight for this dog kennel? Okay.
Okay, I'm Michaela Hansen, so I'm applying for this conditional use permit with my husband, Brian Hansen. He's asked me to speak as I've done the legwork on working with the county. If there are questions concerning like how the actual business will be run, he will be able to answer those better than I. So I'll just address some of the conditions that have been laid out that we have questions and concerns on. So the first one that I'd like to address is the 50-foot setback from the property line that is outlined in the county code. We have some concerns surrounding that. If you would refer to the attached letter of intent and go to page 8, I've addressed this in there and I'll just summarize it. So I referenced the Land Use Authority and Conditions Utah Code, and in there, this has also been outlined in the staff report. In that code, it outlines that the land use, I'm echoing, sorry, that threw me off. Do I keep going?
There's 5 of you now.
Are we good?
No. Let's do the recall back. Try again.
Okay. Is that better? Awesome. Okay, so it just references like what the land use authority should do in approving conditions that should be reasonable, and that when there are detrimental effects that could be imposed based on, you know, us doing a kennel, that those detrimental effects are not to be eliminated, just that they are to be reasonably mitigated. So in our letter of intent, I have discussed how we are going to mitigate all the concerns that have been outlined, you know, the detrimental effects and whatnot. The 50-foot setback, we met with the staff back in July just to clarify some things, and I questioned why that was part of the code. And it was explained to me that in the past there have been kennels that have provided major impacts on surrounding businesses and housing and all that, you know, dogs barking at the fence, the odor, whatnot. If you look at the parcel that we are trying to do this kennel on, it is out in Cove, and the neighboring parcels are an agricultural field and a highway. The nearest anything is a residential home that's over 100 feet away. So for me to be 50 feet from that property line, what is the purpose there? And that was the question, like, why do I have to do that? I have nobody that I'm going to impact by being closer than 50 feet to that property line. And the answer that I got was that because the code says so. That's not a reasonable condition in this case. That code, most likely, I'm assuming, was written based on Logan or city limits. We have a very diverse county. We have agricultural land, we have city, we have residents, we have suburban areas. To write one code to fit all situations is not reasonable. And if we have to follow this 50-foot setback, it's greatly going to impact what we can do with our business.
Hey, can you tell me your first name one more time?
Yes, Michaela.
Michaela?
Yes.
So, Michaela, we really appreciate your comments. We're honestly probably not going to be able to go through every item and take this long.
Okay.
The quickest response I could give you in response to that, and I understand at this time that family owns the land next to you, but I didn't make the law. We just have to honor it. And you don't control, well, your family does, but you don't necessarily control what the other property owner is going to do.
Right.
Right now, there's nothing there. And it's different where it's family, but if your family sold it tomorrow, somebody else moves in there and you're 30 feet from the property, and so now we have to come back and say, no, you gotta be 50. Well, you've already put your buildings in, your infrastructure, whatever else. I don't wanna dwell on it any longer. I'm just saying, our codes are our codes, and we've been asked to enforce the codes that we have in place.
Absolutely.
So maybe if you could identify sufficiently your other concerns.
Okay.
And if there's questions or anything else regarding specifics, you're really gonna have to take it up with staff. If you're wanting to, and I'm not suggesting that they're gonna give you a variance, but I don't know what else to say. Chris, what would you say?
I'm sorry, just real quick, can I interject? It's not the agricultural field that we're having a problem with being the 50 feet away from. It's the highway. Because the highway has a 43-foot right-of-way from the fence line to our property, which cuts 43 feet into where I could be building my fence. So I only want to be 30 feet from that property line. Otherwise, I have to reconstruct road. I have to inconvenience the current property use. It's going to be a huge cost to a small business just because of a 43-foot right-of-way on a highway that's not being used, and in the future maybe, but that's years down the line, and a fence can be moved easily. And at that point, as I outlined in our letter of intent, our goal is not to be here permanently. We have a goal to be in a more local area where we are out in Cove. We are going to have to transport dogs back and forth, and that's not conducive to those who work because they would have to drive out and make that a very long commute. So our goal isn't to be here permanently. So by the time that that right-of-way would be utilized, more than likely we're not going to be there. So it's not the agricultural land. And speaking to the agricultural land, the property line goes 30 feet into the agricultural land. So we could potentially use, like that side's not the issue because I have 30 feet leeway into that ag land.
So let's just let staff comment on this quick because staff are legal counsel because they're the ones that provide us the codes.
I think Michaela's raising a good question, but that question isn't before you to amend the 50-foot setback. So you don't get to make that decision because the council has to make that decision. And so while your question's valid, it's the wrong body.
So don't I have to get through this board to get to the county council though?
Well, no. Yes
Okay.
and no. So it's, yeah.
The 50-foot setback is by county ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
The condition that they're imposing is you've got to comply with the county ordinances. They don't have discretion to change the 50 feet.
Okay.
County council has set that as in every case, it's got to be 50 feet. That's listed as a condition, just that one condition is you've got to meet the county ordinances, and this is one that it doesn't yet meet. They can't say 30 or 45 or anything like that. They have to just enforce the 50.
Okay, so how do I get to the point where I can amend that?
You would have to come back and get someone on this body or the county council to sponsor legislation, a new ordinance to change the 50-foot setback for all properties or all uses of this kind.
I know it sounds bad to you. We're not hearing you. But if every single case was assessed and evaluated and modified, there's not enough people, not enough time, whatever else. So the ordinances are where they are. And I'm honestly not trying to brush it off, but thanks for his advice.
Okay, so then at some point, then I just need to talk with staff about how I go that route in changing the amendment or the county code. All right. Okay, the other concern we had was, sorry, give me just a second. So I guess a lot of the questions I had were about the conditions that were set forth, and what you said is that I need to speak directly with the staff about that. So do I just set a meeting with the staff to address those questions and then we proceed?
Just briefly cover them without going into a lot of personal opinion or feeling.
All right, sounds good. Okay, on the second condition, I more or less just wanted to make some clarification here. We won't be harrowing it back into our land, and I have talked with the owner of the ag field, and we do have permission, and I will provide that. So in our previous letter of intent, I had said that we would harrow it back into our own property. That's no longer in there. I've updated that into the new letter of intent.
So I'm not aware of concern that we have, but do you have concern with the condition of item 2?
No, I was just clarifying that
okay.
that's not going to be an issue.
Okay.
Because that's one of the detrimental effects that were outlined by staff. In the third one, okay, so this is about the approved access. We've spoke with the county engineer. We've measured that road and it already meets the major road requirements. So as far as going about approving that, what do we do there?
Matt, are you hearing this? Yes. Are you there? Do they work with you to finalize number 3 then regarding the access?
That's correct. They'd come to our office and then we would verify that and sign that
Okay.
So we're good there?
Well, I'm not saying you're good, but you've got to finish it with
Finish
Matt,
with
yes.
Matt, okay. Okay, so we needed clarification on number 6 of following the developmental standards. It wasn't completely outlined what all we have to follow there. I looked up the code and I read it, and my understanding is that there's only 2 within that code that affect what we're doing. And I had a question on the landscaping. It's required 10% of the gross area of the project site. Is that of the total parcel, or is that of the area that we are working on?
Staff, are you following?
Pull that up. That didn't pull through.
Let's go to the next one while he's researching that.
Okay. Okay, so the last one that I had a question on was the parking analysis. It said in here that we were going to have to get a parking analysis, but the code requires 1 space per 250 square feet, and our shipping container is only 8 by 40. So my understanding is that 1 space for 250 square feet, that's of your structure, not of the fenced area. So I've shown in my letter of intent that I have 10 parking spaces. So I'm not understanding why I'm having to provide a parking analysis when I've already met that condition.
It's an option. It's an alternate.
An option.
It says alternatively that you can provide a parking analysis. So as long as you provide a site plan that shows the parking spaces that meet the requirements.
So then I've met this condition.
Well, yeah, but again, they'll sign it off.
Yeah.
Okay, so the conditions laid out, it's not because I haven't necessarily met them. I may have already met them.
There you
Okay,
go.
then that's my misunderstanding. Okay, then I believe that's all of mine. Did you two, is there anything I missed?
I
Okay,
just don't think we're trying to brush you off or rush you.
I appreciate it. I know that we're running.
It's out of our control. These are all in coordination as any other applicant for any other thing would come before us. There's the county code. We just simply put it out there
I
and,
appreciate the clarification. I'm ignorant to this whole process,
No,
so
you're
it's
not.
good to
You're
know
not. You did
what I
well.
need to do. So, thank you.
okay. Commissioners. Well, actually, Chris, did you find what she had asked to respond, or do you want to discuss that with her at another time?
So it's specific to the commercial zone. So when a property is located in the commercial zone, there's some different pieces that apply to the commercial zone when they do a conditional use permit. So I can pull that up on here, and we can look at this reference to 1710 development standards and the pieces that do apply. I think she's on the right track for what was being referenced, Michaela was. And let me just pull that up. I think that will be helpful.
Did you hear what he said then, Michaela, that it's specific because it's now a commercial zone, so that has different standards than a residential or agricultural?
But it did broadly reference it, so it might be helpful to point that out. That could be a discussion with staff, but I think at this point, I'm just going to pull it up and we'll look at it.
Good.
Oh, it's the whole property, yeah. All right, I'm going to try to see if I can make this a little larger and still legible. So this is 1710-030. As Michaela was reading, screening and landscaping, where any commercial or industrial lot shares a common boundary with the property zoned A10, RU5, or RU2, a screen must be provided at least 6 feet in height. The screen may be a fence, wall, berm, or approved landscaping, or some combination of the same. This is relating now, item B, to any mechanical equipment has to be screened. I'm skipping most of this stuff. I'm trying to make these pertinent, so we're not just reading code.
Well.
Yep, landscaping is going to be your 10%.
Gross area.
There's a reference for off-street parking areas for the parking that's there. Again, it's about screening. Landscaping shall be required on 10% of the gross area of the proposed project site. Gross area is interpreted as the total project site area remaining after any required right-of-way dedication.
On this particular parcel where they're, I don't know if I'd say they're 50% of it though, would that be required only on the 50% that they're involved with?
That's a great question. I don't think the code specifies here, so when it says site, I would defer to the private property rights with that, and they would just need to address their site of impact, not the entire property.
Okay.
That's the on-the-fly interpretation from Chris. But I think that's
Subject to legal interpretation.
yeah, it is. But I think it's consistent with the decisions we've made in the past. So the other piece to this is item F, the Planning Commission, and I think this is also what Michaela may have been referencing. The Planning Commission may modify any provision of the screening and landscaping sections of this chapter if strict adherence to a requirement should be delayed or is deemed unnecessary.
Doesn't that give you scope of what you just read as far as part or the whole piece?
Well, yes and no. The interpretation I made was consistent with the legal practice. So what this is talking about is you can change whatever screening requirements you may feel are appropriate. So if you think a fence makes sense, great. If you don't, you can say a fence isn't necessary. But you'd have to make a specific determination as a commission to say that there is or is not additional screening required.
Any further discussion, staff?
Not for me.
Thank you for that information. Commissioners, do we have any other questions, or are we ready to make a decision?
I don't think we had any changes out of that discussion, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I didn't realize any.
Mr. Chair, I remembered something that has come up, but it's more applicable to the applicant. They've been working with our building department to determine if the building permit's required for that structure that would be used for the kennel. There's been some discussion there. The main concern is if you're going to have an office with people in that structure, they would have to get a building permit. If that structure is only going to function as a kennel and house the dogs, there's not a building permit requirement. Unless they're going to tie electrical to it, then they would have to get an electrical permit. So currently, the request is for an office potentially within that structure in addition to the kennels. That may change the requirement for them. That's the consideration that you're making, is that would be the case, but it may have an impact on what they decide to do with the property. So I'm just stating that on the record so you know it, they know it. I'm pretty sure that, I want to make sure we're all on the same page with that.
Was that building permit identified? I don't remember reading that in any of
The
these.
building permit is not identified, it's not part of the conditional use. All that's identified here is that the structure would have an office within inside it.
Okay, and then with the heating and air
But
conditioning, it would
Number
have.
7 says they have to obtain required zoning clearances and building permits
Yeah,
for
that-
proposed structures.
Okay.
that
It
part's-
ties it in.
Okay, okay.
And that's, a lot of times in our conditions, we put things in there as reminders for the applicants. That code would apply whether you put it in there as a condition or not, but it's a good checklist.
Okay. So at this point, hearing we have no changes to the 14 conditions, 2 conclusions. Someone ready for a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Brian Hanson CUP with the 14 conditions and 2 conclusions.
Second? Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. At this time, we'll turn the time over to staff for the Coldwater Private Airport conditional use permit. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Thank you.
So this CUP application request is to operate a private airport on 32 acres of property on 2 separate parcels located in south of Mendon and west of SR 23 in the agricultural zone. So the proposed use will function as an accessory use to the primary single-family dwelling and accessory to the on the one parcel, and then accessory to the agricultural use on the second parcel. The full application includes all of the FAA forms and airport design as attachment 1 to your staff report, so those are in there for your review. A private airport, in addition to a CUP, does require the following items. Requires FAA forms, which includes analysis regarding airport location, activity, and design. The airport design has to be per the current FAA Airport Design Advisory Circular, and he has provided that information. There are a couple areas where information is missing, but overall it is there. The properties where the proposed airport will be located is currently a dry farm and includes a single-family dwelling, as mentioned before, occupied by the applicant. The airport has been designed to accommodate a specific aircraft in bush flying configurations and has large bush tires for the purpose of accommodating a short takeoff and landing distance on unimproved runways and hayfields. The aircraft the applicant will be using, they do have mufflers that reduce engine noise, and it will consist of a 500-foot-long turf or grass runway that's 50 feet wide and runs east to west. There will be 240-foot safety overruns and a 1,000-foot runway protection zone at the end of each end of the runway. Excuse me. A runway safety area extends 25 feet, and a runway object-free area extends 125 feet from the center line of the runway on both sides, north and south. No structures are permitted in either of these areas. The FAA forms and a FAA response have been submitted, and it indicates that the applicant has obtained the necessary review from the FAA to operate the airport. And then once the airport's in place, an airport master record is required from the FAA, and the applicant would also have to submit that to the county office. The applicant proposes approximately 40 landings at this site each month, and it will operate under visual flight rules only, so that will be in the daytime only when he can visually see, so there will be no nighttime takeoffs or landings. Roads are identified as obstructions for a private airport, and this road here is a private road. It's considered to have a 10-foot vertical obstruction or the height of the highest mobile object that normally traverses the road. The FAA response to the applicant's submittal would be that the airport will not adversely affect the safe and efficient use of airspace by the aircraft, and the FAA has no objection to the proposal. The airport master record that was provided includes only a single-engine aircraft and doesn't appear to address another multi-engine AirCam plane that the applicant has listed as will be used at the airport. Existing vehicle access is from 5900 West, but again, as this is a private airport, there will be no impact to roads. Known or reasonably anticipated detrimental effects would be noise. This has been mitigated with the spacing from adjacent properties and residential uses, and with the installation of mufflers on the aircraft. Another known or reasonably anticipated detrimental effect would be risk to structures or persons on the ground, and this has been mitigated with the runway protection zone, the object-free zone, and the additional FAA requirements for the safe operation of aircraft. Staff has not received written public comment on this, but has received a number of calls and inquiries regarding the proposed private airport. We have 3 conditions that would need to be completed before the CUP is recorded. But with that, staff is recommending approval of the private airport. That concludes staff's report.
Hey, Angie, on L of 2, the airport master record details only include one single engine aircraft. On the form he provided, and I'm not sure if this is the correct form or not, shows the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration. There's 2 planes identified on the bottom there, one single engine, one Malta engine.
That's part of the 7480-1 form. So there's a different requirement that's attached to that we can talk through.
Okay, well, I didn't know what we was looking for there, so. Commissioners, any other questions for staff?
Just a couple of clerical edits on the condition number 2. The airport master record must be updated to include both aircraft types. And then on the second, on that, continuing on that same sentence, required by the FAA if it is not required?
Thank you. Did you get that, staff?
Thank you.
Any other questions, suggestions, ideas? Okay, with two conditions, two conclusions. Three. Where's the, three conditions, two conclusions. Someone willing to make a motion on the Coldwater Private Airport CUP.
Did you want to hear from the applicant?
You bet. And I already asked, nobody else is here for the airport, correct? Oh. I never asked. Boy, it's a good thing I'd have got darts. Okay. So, commissioners, as in the past, even though this isn't a public hearing, do we want to listen to public input, or what do we want to do? Yeah. Okay. So at this point, if you have facts for us, we would love to hear them in addition that hasn't already been presented. We'll take a little public emotion, but I'm being 100% honest with you. Everything's on the ordinances and such. And even though there's a motion, we can't act on a motion. It's facts and details. At this time, we would invite you to come up, state your name. Please thoroughly, quickly identify facts, concerns outside of emotion, and we'll grant you your time. And then after that, we'll allow the applicant to present or discuss any responses. And again, we really wouldn't have to listen to any of you, but we do appreciate you coming out. We appreciate you're attentive to this, and we want to be listening to your thoughts, even though the emotion we can't respond to.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Might I make a comment as well?
Yes.
The code already allows private airports in the agriculture, in the A10 zone, as long as conditions can be imposed to reasonably mitigate negative impacts. The law interprets that quite broadly, that if they can impose conditions that would reasonably mitigate negative impacts, they're required to allow the conditional use permit. This body is, especially tonight, not here allowed to decide whether airports should be allowed in the A10 zone. That's been decided by the county council already.
Let him finish just a second, and then we'll.
Their decision is whether there are conditions that can be imposed to reasonably mitigate negative impacts. If there are such conditions, they're required to allow the conditional use permit. Whether airports ought to be allowed in the A10 zone is a legislative decision that the county council would need to revisit by amending the ordinance. For those reasons, they're not required to hold a public hearing. They're doing that as a courtesy tonight. That's not right. But it is the law. I know, it's not right.
Ready? My name is Tina Howard. I have been before this body before on airports, and I think I come to this body with a unique but extremely valuable perspective. There is an airport that is allowed right next to my home. When we're talking feet, we're talking truly feet, not yards. This is very, very close. I'm going to draw your attention to this photograph right here. You might see my neighbor's house, but I hope you can see this airplane. This airplane did not land. The airports that are allowed on private property, even though they are considered a private airport, are considered a nuisance because of noise. If they made as much noise as a hand quilter, none of these people would be here. But they make a lot more noise. We have it as an attractant to pilots that are non-ownership. So pilots from all over come in and they zoom down. I think you could agree this is less than 500 feet above the ground. Would you nod and tell me you can see this airplane? Yeah? Okay. So with that, this happens regularly. Almost always, every pilot attempts 3 times. They're looking for this airport and saying, gosh, could I land here? What does this really look like? The FAA requires the airplanes to not go below 500 feet out where we live because it's more rural, unless they have intention of landing. Because this plane in his 3 attempts never landed, never touched down, and then took off again, he is in violation. One of the problems that we have is that the FAA has deemed Cache County to be open sky enough that they don't require airplanes to transmit their N number and therefore their plane status. So it's called an ADS-B. It's an automatic dependent surveillance broadcast. And the only way we caught this plane is that through multiple days of surveillance, we were able to catch his tail number. I don't know about you, but in that photo from his side, I don't see a tail number. Do any of you?
It's too far away to see, but.
No, that is not true.
I mean, for me to see that picture, I can't tell you. I don't want you to bring it closer. Continue.
Okay, there isn't one on the tail. It's under the wing. So if I am out in my farming area, I have to be directly under that plane to see it. And if the sun is in that same direction, it's almost impossible. But the repeated offenses by this plane, over a year, it took us a long time in order to get this tail number. If we had a condition that even though the FAA is not requiring planes in the Cache County area, but private owners should be broadcasting their tail number and their plane data, we would know who is coming in below 500 feet. I realize you can't do a whole thing across all the county, every plane, but for owners, let's take the owners out of the equation of who's buzzing our property, who's coming down below my roof line. That's what this plane is doing. That's how low he is. One of the other things that we have had issue with, because I am right next door to an airport, is that unless there is an active, continuous grooming of that airport landing strip, that landing strip stays in Greenbelt. Taxation does not change. But I bear the burden because this council, this commission, all the rest of them, you're not doing anything to help us. You're benefiting one person and hurting a whole bunch. In my situation, I have a hearing sensitivity. I can have white noise going on in my home. I can have all the windows closed. That plane rattles my entire home. I would like you to at least require that the airport runway come out of Greenbelt and put into a taxable entity suitable for what the land is dictated for. This application states that there would be 20 takeoffs. We can assume that means 20 landings in a given month. I'd like you to consider that is commuter status. That is not hobby, I'm gonna go out for a fun flight and I will be back in 30 minutes. This is constant. You hear this every day. The other thing I'd like to have you consider, this year we are in a drought, and certainly other parts of our state are in a greater drought than we are. We could have it worse. If we are not talking to the county fire chief and making sure he is aware that he has the power to limit operations during dangerous conditions, we are failing to protect the people around this airport from a potential fire. If you think that that is something that probably won't happen, maybe we could use the word probably. But just this year, we had a crash landing in Richmond in May. And I don't know about you, but Mr. Goodsoul has probably outlived all of his lives at this point. He's had 3 crash landings and he's been able to walk away. I don't know how many more he would be allowed. That's up to our maker. But you have to think that most of us get nervous when he boards a plane or any type of flying apparatus. The other condition is once you have an airport like this next to your home, it is impossible to get data that they are actually insured, that the plane is insured, and the insurance company is aware of the area in which they are landing. We have been to the courts to try to figure this out for a time frame of over 10 months. If COVID were not part of our current lifestyle, we probably could have received that much faster. But I can tell you on a personal level, pilots who think that they are owed this, that it is their God-given right to have an airport, will not freely hand over the information. So now we end up in a contentious relationship with our neighbors, where you guys aren't policing, you're not putting in the requirements, and you make us police our neighbors, which only makes the contention worse. So I am asking you, please, I know that it has been recommended that this airport is approved, but you have to make us stop being policemen of our neighbors. We need that consideration so that we can say, Mr. Neighbor, we know you're out flying today. For the jerk that did this, I want to know he's not my neighbor. Don't make me watch 100 flights come in and out, never landing just because he's a looky-loo. Make it such that my neighbor broadcasts his plane information and I can go to my computer and search who is flying and circling and coming in again and again and again. If it's not my neighbor who is required to broadcast, I know it's not my neighbor. My animosity is no longer with him. It's with some other airplane person that I still need to get more surveillance on and contact the FAA.
You brought up some very good points, and we appreciate it.
That is all I have. I've covered all my-
Have you expressed any of this before to anybody from the county, the commissioners, or anybody?
Mr. Brady, the last time I approached you on this, you told me to go sit down, that I couldn't talk to you. And your staff member told me I couldn't talk to you.
So I'm really trying to help you.
I'm going to try and explain here. I want to come in as a citizen of this county and say, hey, I have a problem and I have a voice. Will you please listen to me? I have this experience. I am going to bet you don't. Would you please?
I thank you for your preparation and your photo. What I would invite you to do is find out who are on the county council. Because as was expressed earlier, we're not nominated, we're appointed, and we can't change.
Mr. Brady, I am fully aware of all of that. Okay. You have no idea how many times I have come before this commission and others to try and get this addressed, and this was allowed.
Okay.
This was allowed.
So the things I'm saying aren't helping, it's becoming contentious. We appreciate the things you presented, I've taken notes, but
I would hope so. So I want you to
still-
look at the taxation. I want you to look at the fact that it's a nuisance. You can help us by requiring this airplane and airport operator to broadcast his plane number, just period. It's a requirement for him. And that truly takes off the table that the offenses like this are not our neighbor.
So from everything you've said today, I mean, I appreciate it, I've made notes, the insurance and everything else, but the biggest thing that would help you as a neighbor, if we could do one thing for you, is we could say that they have to broadcast their number on the tail. And is that already an FFA requirement?
It's not on the tail. It is through a computer system so that I can go to my computer, you can go to your computer, you hear an airplane in the air, and you can tell what is their altitude, are they descending, are they ascending, where did they take off from, how long they've been in this loop.
I can share with you, I'm gonna have no more impact on that than you are, and you've put a whole lot of time into this, I respect that. So we've gotta figure out, I'd be happy to give you my number afterwards, I'd even come talk to you. Let's move on to the next person, because you've made a good presentation here, and we've listened.
ADS-B, that's what I'm requesting.
I wrote that, AD is in Delta?
Alpha, Delta, I don't know what S is for.
Sierra, Delta
Thank
B.
you. B.
Okay.
Yes.
And your name is Tina Howard?
Tina Howard.
Okay.
T-I-N-A.
Yeah.
H-O-W-A-R.
We sincerely appreciate you brought some good information and you had facts. We thank you.
You're welcome.
Please don't feel like we haven't heard you before. Someone else? Come on up here, state your name, please. If there's anybody else that would like to say something, feel free to come up here to these front seats so we're ready to go when he's done.
Kirk Nelson. And I'm actually building a house just on the end of the runway there. And, you know, three concerns actually. What does this potentially do to the value of my property? The next question is, depending on exactly where that runway is going to be, if it's down the center of that parcel, that goes right out over the end of my house. So I have a safety concern. The other concern is noise, and we're talking, I know it mentions in there there's going to be a muffler. I don't know whether there's a muffler on that airplane now. I see that, you know, the owner's airplane out there frequently, and it's up at an altitude that, well, it's an airplane, I hear, it's not that big a deal, but the other day, he came down very low and like he was getting ready to land or take off, and that's a damn noisy airplane. And we've laid out our house so that we are facing, well, south, down from here. We've got a deck on the end of that house, which is living space. We love to be outdoors. And depending how often that plane takes off and lands is going to depend on how much noise we have to put up with. We live on a city block. We've been living on a city block for years. We got barking dogs. I'm not interested in noise. That's what I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so at this time, oh, yeah, that's your chance. Go.
I respect the right of this gentleman to have an airport, but at the same time respect my right to have some limitations on it. I found out about this 2 days ago by someone dropping this notice on my front door. I'm not supposed to have any say on what goes on. That's not right. My biggest concern is that once one airplane's allowed, now then your conditional use report was posted on the 23rd of August. And now it's the 2nd of September, that's 9 days. And now I have an airport, it looked like, by reading this. It's almost said and done. It's signed by, I'm not sure who exactly, but it's like the case is closed. That's not right. There should be limitations on what takes place. I moved out to the county so I could have peace and quiet. I like this gentleman here. I don't know him very well, but at the same time, I don't want someone buzzing my house like this. I don't, because friends come in and they buzz around, and 500 feet's not very, very far. And so I'd just like there be some stipulations on this, and the last thing I want is an airplane going over my head all the time, so there should be flight landings where they can come and where they cannot come. There should be stipulations, and not instead of just flying over people's houses. Because I don't know about you, if you live next to an airport, it's not very pleasant.
Can you state your name, please?
Wayne Miller.
Wayne Miller.
And I do appreciate your time, too. Let me just review just real quick. There is an airport 12 miles away, and it takes probably 20 minutes to get there in any type of traffic from Cache Valley. I lived in some very big cities, so I don't see why really someone has to have an airport out where I call God's country to me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my name's Larry Stewart. I don't really live anywhere near this airport, but just in listening to the stuff that's been said, seems like to me that there's be a kind of a dangerous precedent being set. All the stuff the facts that have been mentioned about noise pollution, insurance, and clean runways, and how many times it's going to be used. Where does it stop with private airports being put in? So I guess I would just say if Brady or somebody could take these issues to the county council to reconsider the ordinance that's being done, because we do have a Cache County airport, and it's not a very far distance travel for anybody, especially it sounds like in this case. But just the dangers, the noise pollution, the insurance, it seems like there's more hassle than really for so many people for the benefit of one person. And so I don't even know how to go to the county council, but I think it's worth the time of somebody here going to them and say, could this ordinance, this code...
You live in this county?
I do.
You can get any one of their names and you can contact them.
Okay. All right.
I'm serious. That's what it's going to take, and that's what's needed if something's going to be done.
Sure, myself and others who have expressed their feelings can do that, because, but where you've heard the emotion from the people here tonight, you can probably express that and just at least ask that the emotion was so deep about this that it would be worth consideration, and we can certainly do our part to do that too. But that's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, at this time, being none, we'll have the applicant come up and we'll close the opportunity.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Janos Lakaros, so I am the applicant. As to the questions that I've heard, I'm not even sure how to address them. A couple of things. Everything I do and I intend to do.
So I'm very appreciative. Just so we don't have further contention, if you would just address us.
Okay.
And share with us what you're thinking.
Okay, I applied for a private airstrip permit on a 40-acre lot. It's a little bit more than because there are two lots actually next to each other. And I crossed my T's and dotted my I's. Everything is within the requirements of the Federal Aviation Administration and also in compliance with state requirements. So I am 100% law-abiding. I intend to use that land in 100% compliance with the state of Utah and the Federal Aviation Administration. So a couple of questions that were addressed in the staff report is on page 11 of 29, you mentioned that earlier also, the FAA did not distinguish single engine versus multi-engine, although I did declare it on my application to the FAA. When they replied to that, they approved it regardless of the engine numbers. If there is no engines, if there is a glider involved, or a multi-engine airplane or a single-engine airplane, the FAA does not care about that. The only thing they care about that is there's a classification that is the stall speed of the aircraft is below 50 knots. Both of these aircraft that I proposed, the stall speed of them are below 40 knots. These are bush planes used all over in the United States on 15,000 private airports and 5,000 public airports. These aircraft are designed for this kind of application. They are capable of landing extremely short distances. And although it's not required, and it's not even available for most aircraft, I, as a courtesy, outfitted my aircraft with mufflers to be quiet to the neighbors and quiet to the environment. I mean, it's still an aircraft. Perhaps it's not quite as loud as a Harley-Davidson or a farm tractor baling hay. It's definitely not that loud. And the disturbance that this aircraft cause in terms of noise is, and takeoff is less than a minute, and it's already out of there. On landings, they are incredibly quiet because you're coming in basically in idle power setting as you're gliding in for a landing. So a takeoff and a landing is still only one noise. And when I apply, you estimate it's 20 landings per each aircraft. Of course, this is all limited by weather and season and many other conditions. Some days it may be more, and other times there may be several months of break of no flying whatsoever. This is a private airport for private use only. Anybody else is only allowed to use it with prior permission. Now, this is a 500-foot strip. There's only a handful of aircraft in the entire valley that is capable of landing on short runways like that. So there's not going to be a lot of traffic there. And it's not going to be as noisy as the current farm operations. A 300 horsepower John Deere operating there doing the farming is going to be far more noisy. A couple of other minor things. The FAA design advice, this is condition 3. The FAA design advisory for the runway design criteria does not address the length of the runway. It is always the pilot's responsibility for every single occasion of landing and takeoff to determine that the condition that the aircraft and the pilot is capable in landing in those conditions. So just because a landing distance or takeoff distance for an aircraft has infinite variables as temperature, altitude, wind, weight, many of those things, components, optional components of the aircraft, all of those make it so that you are capable of landing there or not. But you have 500 feet of runway. As a pilot, you determine that I can land there, then you land. If you're not, if you cannot land there and you attempt to land, you're most likely going to crash, but you are also in an FAA violation. So the FAA leaves it to the pilot under all conditions, just like you hear it in Las Vegas Airport for 737s. It's highly capable, but when the temperature goes from 105 to 107, you have to wait 2 hours until the temperature drops to 105. So now you meet the criteria, and you can take off. So on this airport too, just because it's a private airstrip, and yes, it's a grass strip, we always have to make sure that we are in the limits of the aircraft. And we do that every time we take off and land. So I submitted the site plan, and one of the conditions is that I will update the site plan. If you you require it in any other format, I will be happy to comply with that. And of course, I will be happy to comply with all conditions.
Is that it?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Is there any requirements from the state that you have to have insurance, liability insurance on your planes?
I am not sure of that. Actually, I do not think so. Although I do have it, but it's not requirement. I don't think it's a requirement.
Okay.
If I could ask a question, Mr. Licavos. Ms. Howard brought up the point of airing your tail number through this system.
That is all regulated by the FAA.
And so that is a requirement of the FAA?
ADS-B is not required outside of under 10,000 feet above sea level, nor if you are more than 30 miles away from a Class Bravo airspace.
Okay, clarify that last thing, or just clarify all that detail one more time. Are you saying if you fly below a certain level?
I'll clarify that the FAA has the jurisdiction and the requirements attached to airspace. We don't get to participate there.
But just in response, so, just for personal
I agree.
information.
I guess my point is even though it may not be required per FAA, would a condition that the applicant would participate in that be reasonable? That's why I ask if it's even, if it's something.
My expectation, and this is just from a limited experience with looking at this from different circumstances with flight, but with the FAA, but they monitor and they have full control of what happens in their airspace. We don't get to dictate that. We can assign or impose a condition, but I'm sure.
I can comment on that too. When the federal government regulates a whole field like that, that prevents states and local governments from regulating in that area. And the FAA's regulations are comprehensive on the use of airspace.
So would the FFA?
So you could impose that condition. The FAA isn't going to come and take you to court. Mr. Licavos could take you to court to say, I shouldn't have to comply with that condition. He may be happy to broadcast his information and it never ends up in court. But if he did take that to court, I think the county would lose.
The other question there, does FAA, are they the ones that govern whether a plane has insurance or not? Or is that the state?
The state, and I just did a quick search in Hawaii, Maryland, Oregon, and Rhode Island require aviation liability insurance by private aircraft owners.
Nobody else? Okay.
So to that point, we may not be able to impose a condition there, but the applicant could be a good neighbor and.
Which he's already represented that he has liability.
I am a good neighbor. I outfitted my aircraft with muffler, although it's not required. It's quite expensive. That's why you see that in Cache Valley, there's less than a handful of aircraft that has mufflers on them. I mean, it's still loud. A Harley Davidson, not as loud as a Harley Davidson. And yes, your tractor or all machinery puts out some amount of noise. But I'm taking it one level down, one notch down voluntarily, not required by the FAA, not available for most aircraft, only a handful of them flying with mufflers in the entire valley. 2 of my airplanes are included in that. The Utah State University operates 11 aircraft for primary flight training, and they fly all over the valley, and they don't have mufflers. None of their aircraft. It's a straight pipe. I'm sorry?
Not next to our houses either, though.
Okay, let's not have contention here. I know it's already in the air, but commissioners, if you guys don't have any other questions for the applicant.
Can anyone use his airport? Can anyone use your airport?
It's a private airport, so no one is allowed to land there without prior permission from the owner.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you have 20 friends with planes, they could all use your airport if you wanted them to.
That's correct.
Only up to the,
But up to the number of flights per month. All we're stating and asking here is, as you've heard everything that's been said.
And one more caveat to that, anyone may be able to use your airport, so that all other conditions have to be met by performance criteria is one of the most limiting factor in case of this airport or airstrip. It's a 500-foot airstrip. So in order for you to land there, you have to have an aircraft that is capable of landing in 500 feet. And then if you ever want to leave, you have to be able to take off in 500 feet. So you have to meet those criteria. That limits the number of aircraft in the entire valley is really to be maybe a dozen.
Chris, you have anything else? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would notice the time, have somebody extend it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lakos. At this time, we need to make a motion, as our meeting was to end at 8 o'clock, so we need a motion. Go ahead.
I move that we extend the meeting till 8:30. Is that even reasonable?
8:45, I think is going to be.
Let's say 8:45.
Minimum.
Optimistically.
Okay, so I'm making an offer right here. We're not to discuss county business outside of a quorum. There were some other hands that was raised when he was commenting. I would be happy to write your comments down after the meeting, and I will relay them. So feel free to come up after. At this time, commissioners, staff, do you have any advice? Or Mr. John?
You have a motion, but you haven't seconded.
Oh, you already made a motion?
I made a motion.
Oh, just for the time. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay. So at this time, Mr. Luthi or staff, do we have any comments, suggestions?
I'd just comment again briefly that a conditional use permit, no, this isn't a perfect analogy, but it's a little bit like a driver's license. Driver's licenses aren't allowed to anyone. You have to meet certain conditions. You have an age condition, you gotta wear glasses if you have bad eyesight, you have to pass a test and so forth. This body is here to make sure that when someone comes in for a conditional use permit, that there are appropriate conditions and that those conditions are met. They're not the body that decide whether it ought to be a 14-year-old or a 16-year-old that gets the license, or what the speed limits are when you drive. You can't impose a requirement on all drivers because some are breaking the law. Just that you have an understanding of their role. And if the issues with private airports are that they ought not be allowed in the A10 zone, or there ought to be conditions beyond what the FAA requires, that is something for the county council to address and not the planning commission. You have a member of the county council who's sitting up here tonight, Mr. Gunnell. He participates as an ex officio member of this planning commission. He doesn't vote, but he comes so that he's aware of the issues. So you have a member of the county council here tonight who's certainly concerned.
That was not a paid endorsement either. So.
Okay, staff, any suggestions, thoughts, ideas?
I don't have anything to add beyond what Mr. Luthy's added.
Commissioners?
So the thing I struggle with, as I have a home in the county and lived there for 25 years and out in the rural areas, and I mean, if my neighbor wanted to put an airport in, I mean, I would consider that a substantial impact to me personally. And, what I've come to expect from living on my property and, having a plane fly over my house, 20 times a month or something like that. As I read the Utah code, it says, shall be approved if reasonable conditions can be imposed to mitigate the anticipated detrimental effects. I can't physically see how a plane flying over my house can be mitigated. I mean, that is just not possible. That is a negative effect that cannot be mitigated. If my house was 1,000 feet away, you know, that's different. And so I don't see any conditions in here that can mitigate, you know, the negative impact from noise of an aircraft flying over my house if I'm at the end of a runway. So that's what I'm struggling with.
I think that I've been thinking about that as I've been sitting here this evening. If to operate a private airport, you had to be able to mitigate the noise of an aircraft, that would make the ordinance that allows private airports in the county meaningless. Because as you say, it's essentially impossible to eliminate the noise of an aircraft. So I think implicit in the fact that that use is allowed as a conditional use permit is the acknowledgement that there are some impacts that cannot be mitigated, and I don't think that a court would uphold your decision to not allow a private airport because you can never get rid of all the noise. The county council has implicitly acknowledged there's going to be some noise with an airport.
Yeah, but it's different if your house is 1,000 feet away from it versus at the end of the runway. I mean, I see a pretty obvious difference there.
That should be in the ordinance. That has to be stated in the.
1,000 feet away from the person's property.
I mean, that has to be part of the ordinance that the council approved, where, whatever conditions they've said these are allowed, that's all we can do. Does this application meet the ordinance?
And while I really do sympathize with the feelings on this, I have a certain aerobatic flyer that comes out and does aerobatic flying over top of my house on a regular basis, at least once a week, and it is extremely loud, and it is you know, concerning when that plane is diving on my house. I don't have the ability to impact what that person is doing. I don't have the ability to change what the FAA regulations are. All we can do is put conditions to that, and I think to what Mr. Luthi said, I think that's kind of where we are on this.
And I don't want my advice to you or explanation to the public tonight to be viewed as endorsing the idea of airports or not endorsing them, but just to provide the legal framework.
We've actually closed the opportunity to talk, but I can sure take your comments.
I have a question. If we can't control whether or not it's legal for airports to be imposed, I'm concerned also about possible fire danger, as it says it's all dry farm, there's no water up there. And it's been a drought here this year. We've seen a lot of natural disasters. We've been suffering through the smoke of natural fire, forest fires in other areas. Who is responsible for taking care of it should there be a fire because of some accident or a spark or anything of that? I mean, that's something that might be within this county council.
I can't speak for that on my own, and let's keep that. Excuse me, ma'am, but we gave you the opportunity to come up here and you didn't. So if you want to come up after and share your concerns, I'll be happy to write them down. In response to that, just real quick though, I don't know how true it is, but I read earlier this year that if you light a fire, or you're responsible for lighting that fire, you're responsible for paying to put it out. Did anybody else understand it that way? That's not from the county standpoint, that's simply what I read in KSL. Oh, I didn't say that, sorry.
I think that comment may have merit. We know of other conditional uses that have been, that given the drought this year, there have been conditions imposed for that. That might be, if that's one that you want to explore.
What about timeframes of utilizing the airport? Is that FAA, or I mean, if people are trying to go to bed or have young kids, can we, the other thing I thought of as well, I don't know. Anyhow, could that question be addressed? Can you limit or restrict hours of use?
Probably could. You could talk to our fire district folks about the fire question.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did this?
Now you're getting into some questions that may merit looking into it further before taking action.
Okay. Well, could you guys offer one more bit of advice, either one of you or both of you?
What's your question?
The last time that I recall an airport came before us, it drug on, and then there was legal action. So has this got to be decided on tonight and moved on?
You can take action as you see fit as a commission to continue things. I would encourage you, if there's questions you have specific to specific items, that you make those clear. I am not aware of the risk of fires caused by planes flying over above you. There'd probably be a lot more fires if there were. I would encourage us to focus on things that are legitimate and justifiable and researchable. While a lot of these concerns I think are good questions, they might not have a basis in fact. So to be blunt and to the point, that's my concern. I don't want to encourage staff's time to chase down maybe a wild goose for things that aren't justifiable.
I just see if we talk about fire in a plane, we open that up to tractor in flame, four-wheeler in flame, motorcycle in flame, vehicle in flame. It never ends.
The person who started the fire is
Exactly.
responsible for the fire.
So
I've often had to make the comparison as I've learned about how the FAA works. I treat that like it's UDOT. If there's a highway going past my house, any car can drive down that road at any time they want, as loud as they want. At least with the airplane, there's a restriction for visual flight rules that they cannot operate at night. So you know they're going to be operating in the daytime. There are some specific rules attached to those pieces. So that's why I say, and I'm fairly blunt about it, that there's a lot of things we don't control that the FAA does. And I'm not mincing words because we don't get to have wiggle room there in telling the FAA what to do or setting up rules for how people fly or if they broadcast a certain code. We don't get to participate. If there are specific questions about the actual impacts of the use, so far as mitigation, like say with sound, I think the only thing I can refer to there is mitigation does not mean it resolves the issue. Mitigation means that they've reduced the impact of the issue. And so that's why you'll see a note there from staff that that is a good step that's been taken by the applicant on their own effort to put a muffler on those types of vehicles or those aircraft, excuse me. So from that standpoint, I would view that as a type of mitigation. We haven't done a sound study. We don't require that within our code. You may be able to impose that as a type of a condition, but I don't have a basis of fact to establish what that means, given the FAA controls most of those requirements. So I feel like I might be taking a step beyond what the code requires, but you might be able to impose that condition. Yeah, that's a tough one to say, especially when mitigation's already occurred.
isn't visual flight meaning daylight? So we've limited it to,
It's not just daylight, so it's going to be specific to if there's not sufficient clear skies to make an appropriate flight. So if it's too cloudy or if there's a lot of fog or...
but it does normally bring it into daylight, and then you observe what's in daylight as to what's going on for the
I
condition.
think that's a fair statement.
It precludes night landings.
VFR rules, he's asking if there's a restriction beyond just, well, if it's primarily within daytime that you would be able to operate under VFR.
Visual flight rule does not restrict hours of operation, it restricts visibility.
So would that be daylight?
No, and 24/7.
Interesting.
It's visibility, there are visibility and cloud clearance requirements, but there's no hours.
The lights 20 miles away at night, you've still got that visibility.
But I'm not lighting up my runway, am I?
I don't know those details.
No, okay, that's my thought.
Commissioners, what are we going to do? appreciate your thoughts, Chris.
I just think our hands are tied. I think it's inherent, the things are inherent. I would have liked to do the broadcast as another condition, but it doesn't sound like we can do that, or the insurance. I don't know what other conditions we can put on there.
Swanson?
Yeah, I concur with her.
I'm between a rock and a hard spot, and I empathize with both parties. But as we told the dog folks and whatever else, our hands are tied. So with that, someone willing to make a motion?
I'll make that motion to approve this airport, this private airport with the 3 conditions and the 2 conclusions.
Second motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. I stand on my offer. If you wanted to add input or leave it with somebody else, even write it down on a paper, hand it to me. I'll be happy to forward that to Nolan right there or the other council members. This time, we turn the time back over to staff for the Rocky Mountain Reindeer Farm conditional use permit. Thank you folks for coming.
So the Rocky Mountain Reindeer Farm CUP is a request to operate an agritourism business in the A10 zone. They're going to operate a reindeer breeding farm that will be open to the public for tours and special holiday events such as Christmas tree sales. As far as construction that would be associated with this use, there will be a number of structures on the site, including a single-family residence, an animal barn, pens for the reindeer. There will be an 8-foot high wire mesh fencing surrounding the reindeer pens, which is a requirement of the Division of Wildlife Resources. There'll be lean-tos for animal shelters, and a second 8-foot high tall fence will be constructed around the back half of the property for biosecurity, again to mitigate and limit disease transmission among different animals, but that's also a requirement of the Division of Wildlife Resources. A 32 by 16 foot building will be constructed for the agritourism use for guests to check in for tours, agriculture orientation, and we'll have a gift shop. A small concession stand is also planned in phase 2 of the project near the gift shop that would have water and sell items such as donuts, cookies, popcorn. Additional buildings for the agricultural use include 2 feed storage barns, a machine shed, and those would be constructed across the north property line. As mentioned, this agritourism business would be done in phases. Phase 1 would be animal pens, gift shop, and the 8-foot biosecurity fence. Phase 2 would be a concession stand, and phase 3 would be a Bowery and the display area to keep guests sheltered from the weather. Applicant anticipates peak parking would be during November and December during their Christmas tree sales. They will need to provide a parking analysis. They've provided an area on their site plan that shows, and I would show the site plan, but I'm afraid we get the audio feedback again. But it is in your staff report. But they will need to provide a parking analysis to determine exactly how many parking spots are required, and then that parking area would be revised to accommodate that parking and the required turning lanes, etc. As far as operation, the applicant has approval from the Division of Wildlife Resources for a breeding farm with a maximum of 35 reindeer based on the size of their property. The applicant is planning to start their herd with 5 animals this year and add an additional 5 next year. The farm guests will use an online scheduling system to reserve their tour times, and then prior to taking the tour, they'll have time to view other animals on the farm. And then there'll be a 10-minute presentation on reindeer and their husbandry and how to safely interact with them, and then they can feed them and take photos. Each tour is approximately 30 minutes long. So the owners of the property, who are the applicants, will also be the employees and residents. Other employees will be hired as needed. They anticipate 2 to 3 employees during the year and up to as many as 20 during the winter holidays, but no more than 10 at a time. Hours of operation will vary according to season and demand. They'll generally operate January through October by appointment, and then 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday for November and December, the holiday season. Daily operation of the farm will include loaders, tractors, utility vehicle to carry feed, and just do the general stuff. So agritourism is a use or activity for the on-site recreation, retail purchase, education, or participation of the public, and does include farm tours, farm stays, educational classes, etc. So their property does meet the requirements needed for ag tourism. And again, just trying to hurry along. So access to the property is along a county road, classified as a minor local road at 6100 South. It currently provides through access, or some through access to the highway to 3200 West, but mainly provides local access to residences and ag properties. Consists of an average 20-foot wide paved width. It is considered substandard as to right-of-way dedication, paved and gravel shoulders, and clear zone. Again, some of the known or reasonably anticipated detrimental effects would be traffic, increased vehicle traffic along this road that is considered substandard. So they would be required to improve 6100 South to a minor local road standard and complete the full dedication to the county. Parking, again, might be an issue with the number of vehicles. They do have to do a parking analysis prepared by a licensed engineer to determine the volume of traffic and to confirm that there is proper parking on site. And then lighting could also be a concern because some of the proposed hours of operation will extend into evening hours during November and December, which would require exterior lighting to provide guidance for guests. So they will need to provide a site plan and detailed lighting design to show how lighting impacts would be mitigated onto other properties. We did receive one public written comment, which I provided to you. I apologize for the small font. I will look at my printer settings. But staff is recommending approval with the 17 conditions listed to mitigate any potentially negative impacts. And that completes staff's report.
Thank you, Angie. At this point, do we have the applicant here tonight for the reindeer farm? Okay. Do we have anybody else here in attention to this? Okay. One more time?
We went till 8:45.
We said 8:45, but we're not going to make that. So, commissioners, let's discuss here. Do we have any questions, concerns on what we've read or heard? The only thing I wanted to clarify, and I don't know if you guys come with it. What is the legal distance that a residence has to be from the property boundaries? And is it different for ag-related buildings or other related buildings?
Yeah, so you'll have primary uses or primary structures and accessory structures. So a house, typically on an A10 lot, needs to have a 30-foot front yard setback and then 12 feet on the sides and then 30 feet in the rear. But accessory structures such as ag buildings would require a minimum 5-foot setback on the side and rear.
Minimum 5? Mm-hmm. So it's 30 foot on a primary,
correct.
30 foot front and rear.
And then 12 on the sides.
12 on the sides.
Correct.
And ag-related, any other alternative structures, 5 foot.
Except for the front, it would also be 30 feet.
One more time?
It would also be a 30-foot setback from the front, but 5 foot on the side and
Sides.
rears.
5 foot sides, 30 foot front or back. Okay.
No, just front. So.
Okay, I know that was one concern that was addressed. Any other questions or concerns? We do honestly appreciate you guys coming out tonight. We respect your time, and we have had some valuable information provided previously. If we could get anybody here that, besides the applicant, that wanted to address this, please come up. Please give us facts. And if you want to speak, come up here to the front row so we know who's going next.
I'll be quick, but thank you for your time. I'm Scott Wells, Wellsville City. We have some concerns And we just want to make sure that with the agricultural outline, that accessory buildings are not going to be allowed, and there will not be overnight stay Airbnb type on this development. Early on, I heard that they were going to do that. That is not allowed in Wellsville City. The reality is this is in our annexation area, and we've had property owners that are on both sides of this individual that have shown interest in annexing with Wellsville City. And we have to make sure that when we annex, we're not annexing things that are not allowed currently. So that's what I'd say is respect that and make sure that there are no Airbnb accessory overnight stays allowed on this property. The other one that we're worried about is making sure that that this is a business. It sounds like it's going to be a fun one with the reindeer, but we need to make sure that there's not clutter with the fences and with all the buildings. We need to make sure that it's aesthetically nice for the neighborhood. It's not a draw. The other question I have, you've talked about updating 6100 South or whatever that road is. Have we done a UDOT study to understand what the traffic impact's going to be? Because reality is if it's going to be the impact that they say it's going to be, do we need to do some acceleration, deceleration lanes? And ultimately, would that fall on this responsibility of this development because they are causing the demand on UDOT? We don't want to overlook that and not have a traffic impact study and then have it fall on the taxpayers where it really shouldn't fall on. But those are some concerns with Wellsville City. The other one we have is with ag buildings. The county does not require building inspections. And reality is Wellsville requires them on everything. And the reason is because you build an ag building and it falls apart 5 years from now. Whose bad is that? They fall back on why didn't you have a inspection on that and why didn't you require it? So that's another thing that I would look at is this, with it being a commercial, could we have inspections done on the buildings to make sure that they're up to par because public are ultimately going to be going in these buildings.
Okay. Scott, can you just address real quick, if it's not been already addressed? So I looked at the maps, but I can't tell you right now, is the neighboring properties adjacent to Wellsville City boundaries now, and what is the time frame of that annexation?
I do not know the time frame on annexation, but property owners on both sides have said, there's going to be a time when we annex.
Is there an island between them and the city, or are they right on the city?
They are right on the city. The one property owner is on the other side of 8991.
Okay.
There's not a time frame, and nor do we push annexations. But if they choose to annex, there could be multiple property owners annexing in, and we need to make sure that the county and Wellsville City are on the same page. So when we annex those properties in, there's not a discrepancy where we have to grandfather people in with rules that don't apply with Wellsville today.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions?
Thank you.
My name is Brett Nilsson. I actually reside in Layton. I am here because I have the surrounding property to this particular parcel. I cover the entire east boundary of this property, as well as I do the majority of the northern boundary, and about 35 acres in that general area. I think Scott speaks to my concern, as I mentioned to him earlier, that at some point, I don't have a plan right now, but at some point I certainly would see that an annexation would be something we would consider. And that's why I'm here today. I was the one that actually sent a letter once I heard of this particular meeting.
We have that in front of us.
I know you do. And I knew that I reached out and made some discussion just to become educated from Mr. Watkins and Mr. Gunnell, a few different people. So I've tried to do my homework on this, and I just would like to share a few concerns because I know there's several people here, and I'll try to do it in a manner that I know that you'd like to hear. I'm familiar with this process. I presently serve as the chairman of the Layton City Planning Commission. Have been there for 3 years. I've been on the commission for 9. And I know that, and I guess what I should really say is, thank you for being here tonight.
Tell us your concerns.
Okay. These would be my concerns in no particular order. So in relationship to the, some of the activities, I really thought when I first read it, this was going to be a change in zoning to commercial, which I personally think would be an appropriate change. Because I read manure sales, photographs, entrance fees, Christmas trees, food sales, overnight stays, and I think, again, that has likewise been modified. There wasn't anything mentioned, but I've studied reindeer farms that go in and say that they actually do sell milk and antlers and pelts and meat, but those have not been identified in their application, and if in fact it stood, I would like to make sure that those would be considered as restrictions. In relationship to the parking area that was likewise mentioned, at 50 vehicles per hour is what their estimation would be by reservation. I don't know about you, if I make a reservation and I come up from Layton, I'm going to be there a half hour early, and I'm probably going to be there longer than an hour. And there's likely that the people that I would bring from my family would be 2 or 3 vehicles. I'm really concerned about the allocation of the parking, as well as I am about the road, but I'll talk to you about that in just a moment. But I don't know that there's capacity for that. I think the study would need to be done prior to approval, simply because the 35,000 square foot area that is actually designated to be parking may be far insufficient. Particularly in an area that has snow, that when that is pushed off to the side, limits and restricts a certain amount of those parking places.
I'm honestly not trying to be ignorant. We have read your details. Can you touch on, I mean, if anything here is greater than you expected, or if anything additional?
Sure. I don't think I mentioned much about lighting in the parking lot. I know that they said something about lighting in their revised application, but I know that there are restrictions on lighting that are down that don't impact the neighbors, and I know that that is a serious safety issue. I think that particularly for the neighbors as well as for those people there. Let me just go down here in another area. I'm concerned that there really are roughly, talked about 10 buildings with roughly a 10,000 square foot footprint. The DWR, I extended a phone call to them simply because there is that specific notification that's out there concerned about the chronic wasting disease that comes from reindeer. And I know under this particular area that Cache Valley is known as an animal community. And there is an addendum to what Anita, who I think the applicant has also worked with, did come back to me after my questions and said, no, we will not allow there to be any collection of manure and composting and selling of that product. That has to be disposed of in a community waste and taken care of properly, simply because the byproduct of the reindeer, if it was spread and put throughout the community, could be one of those factors that could cause that additional issue of the chronic wasting disease. And that's why there is an 8-foot fence requirement to allow so there's no intermixing of animals. And that is a concern of ours and what's happened with that. Their restriction on their application also shows 4 per acre, 4 reindeer maximum per acre. I don't know what the acreage is and how that works once there's a home on the property as well, and what that particular restriction is. I know that there's over, let's just say 8.5 acres. And if in fact that's in the case, That would be a slightly lower number than 35, but if they do breeding, they'll have more animals as well, which they intend to do. But if in fact they only are incorporated underneath that 50% of that land, that those restrictions are likewise going to be quite a bit less than what their projected application mentions. I see that there is no provision, at least on the site map, for restrooms or ADA requirements when you bring the public in. There needs typically to be hard surface and pathways that allow for people to get in and out. And I think that, like I say, in fact, I don't think there's even a designated water source at this point. I know that they have a well permit. I don't think it has been punched. So we don't even know if there's capacity to take care of the animals and what's needed on that facility. And I also don't know about safety concerns for fire safety, any water pressure.
So our county has those. We are past our 3 minutes with you. Can you sum up what you have?
Yeah, if I were to sum up.
About a sentence or two.
Sure. I would tell you this, Mr. Chair, that my summation would be is that I would recommend denial of the CUP.
Okay.
Or a serious modification of the rules based on some of the criteria we've talked about.
We appreciate you making the effort to come up here, and thank you for your notes.
No, it's important to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any order? Next.
Well, I'll just go real quick. He articulated a lot of the thoughts that I had, so I won't repeat them, but maybe augment to a little bit of it. I do have some safety concerns, but we're talking about 8-acre piece, a little bit more, 8.5, we'll say, whatever it is. And we've got 2 feed storage barns. We've got a single house residential home, machine sheds, a tour check-in for agriculture orientation, gift shops, concession stand, gift shops, and 35,000 square foot parking area. It seems to me like there's not a lot of room left for 35 elk by the time you have access lanes and the margins of what you talked about being next to other properties and whatnot. My concern would just be, number one, the safety issue of, I think they said there was 50 cars per hour during November and December. It seems to me like there's a 1.5 miles of area along there that may be Wellsville and or county, but a lot of the access into some of these fields are neither official county roads, they're not official city roads, but yet businesses have started up there, and they're cyclical businesses. But where do we stop on that? I'm concerned about the traffic there. I live on the east side of the highway. My home is just north of this property, but when I try to get from the east side of the highway to the west side of the highway, if there's not a street light there, I wait for up to 5 minutes sometimes. So I'm concerned about traffic, the safety issue there. I'm concerned about the animals escaping when there's that many in such a condensed area. I'm concerned about, he mentioned the disease, the waste, chronic waste disease, or
The DWR monitors that, and I'm not trying to brush it off, but that's out of our scope.
Yeah, but they're just concerns that I have. But I'm worried about smell. When you get that many animals in the spring, when the snows melt and you got rain, it's mud, it's manure. As soon as it dries out, it's flies. There's just a lot of issues there. Like he had mentioned, is there restrooms? Is there really space for an aesthetic facility? That, you know, the clutter, the water issue, they don't have a current well there. There's just too many loose and open ends, and I've taken my time, so I'll leave it at that. But
Mr. Miller, we appreciate your comments.
I do want to close by, you guys have been very gracious, and I want to thank you for your courtesy and going the extra mile and hearing what has been said tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes.
We've exceeded our time. I told you. I'll be brief.
Give us 2 secs. Let's just, is there a motion? Okay, so here's what we got ahead of us. Finish this. We have the West Edge Estates, self-storage.
You have an easy hour and a half.
Just say 10 o'clock and then we'll get out of here early.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 10 o'clock.
I'll begrudgingly second that motion.
Any further discussion? Angie just quit. All in favor? Aye. Okay, carry on.
My name's Dale Bankhead. I live on 6100 South, and I'd like to thank you guys for your time. It's I wouldn't want any of your jobs, including Nolan's.
Nolan said you're next.
Nolan is a good politician because he came out the other night and said, "There's nothing you can do because this is a state deal, except for 2 reasons: safety." And if you say, well, that's out of your hands as the WR, but you voted for it, so wasting disease is on you guys, regardless. So now, next question is most of the things are done here today, but I happen to have a little produce booth there, and a guy by the name of Paul Homedale came up from Salt Lake City to buy fruit. I says, why'd you come up here for? And he said, just to buy fruit from you. I said, really? I said, what do you do for a living? And he said that he is a CSP. I said, what is a CSP? He said, I'm a certified safety professional, and I've been board approved by the CSP. He said the number 1 issue on safety is, I told him that they were going to compost the manure, so the urine and fetal waste, and they claim they're going to compost it. And so he said, do you know the people, what kind of habits they have? I said, I don't know. All I know is that they're risk takers. What do you mean? Well, they're going with this project without, number 1, if I was doing it, I'd drill the well first to find out how much water there is, because the well across the street from him at the Stewart's only produces 7 gallons a minute. My well is fine. The other 2 wells are down at 10 gallons a minute, and some of the wells are sour wells, which means that it's a different aquifer. And they haven't studied this out, or they drill the well first and then they do it. And the other thing I know is they're risk takers is because they started construction without going through the proper channels. They built buildings, fences, utilities. And then the other thing I noticed is they can't even put a couple of railroad ties in so they're straight. So I'd like it to be, nice looking. And so that's not a safety issue, but I'm getting back to the safety issues. The other one, the next one he said was, this manure thing is going to go away because they're going to have to dispose of their manure, so just piling it, they're going to have to haul it off because that's the law of the land now. Then the next thing is the roadway. And he and I measured the asphalt in front of my hoop house, and it's 18 feet wide. And then I showed him where, on a normal year, wasn't last year, but the other times, is that the berm, the snow berm, makes the passageway no greater than 14 feet. Okay, so there's a safety issue. And then he said that the pedestrian and the vehicle interaction, I said, well, there's only about 5 people that walk that. And he says, well, now they're going to have the traffic issue. And so they're saying 50 cars an hour. They're going to be open for 10 hours. That number comes up to being 50, correct? 500. Okay, so now the guy on the beer or the wine thing said that the homeowners make 10 trips a day, right? So there's 4 houses on the road now, so now we have 40 trips, according to the guy from the wine deal. And then they're going to build a new home there, so there's another 10, so say 50. So we're going from 50 cars a day to 500 cars a day.
Plus the 50.
Pardon?
Plus the 50.
Yeah, plus the 50. Okay, so this if you vote for this, the safety issue comes back to you. And then the next thing I wanted to bring up is the number 4 was the wildlife interaction. And right now, there's, according to my wife, there's 4, she gets up earlier than I do, there's 4 doe and 1 buck that hover around there. So they're going to be interacting, and those reindeer, I'm sure, after smelling the one down at Willow Park, they're going to attract more wildlife. And so that's the worst one as far as safety is the human waste issues. He says that I said, well, they haven't said anything, but they might use porta potties. He said, that's a real loser. He said that it's a reasonable request that they excavate and install a septic system and build it to a permanent physical building that's according to code. So I think that you need to make them, if you approve this, which I think you're putting danger to all the people if you do approve it.
You're not making us feel very good, Dale.
Well, I don't.
The airport lady really made me feel bad, and now you finished it.
The reason I had Brett do it is he's a slick guy and can talk. I don't.
Okay.
I just tell it the way it is. So the crest number 3 is, he said, to request an identification or a hold harmless for any and all legal resulting from any potential accident and car, pedestrian, anything, because of the increased traffic. And here's the worst thing about me. Where's our attorney? Okay, my property goes across the 6100 South, so the road is on my property. I pay taxes on it. So what I'm saying is that you guys probably have an easement. Well, according to this guy, he goes around the country. He's testifying in a case right now where a slick attorney is suing the property owner where the road was on his property, but it was a county road. So thanks for, if you vote for this, you're identifying myself plus you as a county, because you're violating safety rules.
Dale, have you got one more or 2 more things to wrap it up?
I got one left.
Okay.
Number
Sorry I interrupted you.
yeah, you got me stirred up here a minute. Oh, they're already selling tickets, sales, engaging in commerce without even being approved. That's what we're dealing with. So they're not going to be good safety neighbors. And I really appreciate you. And I just request that you not only deny it, approve the CUP, but deny it completely. Because it's not, the other thing it doesn't meet is the conducive, what'd you call it? Conducive to the area. There's 4 houses out there. How many animals? 0. How many barns? 0. I have a shed. The Stewarts have a shed. Rotors have a shed. Greg Jones has a shed. And they're going to build here's the other one. The safety guy said that when you build a barn, if the hay's put in there with high moisture, it starts fires. And how they're going to handle their hay, it's already showed. They bale their hay and leave it in the field, get rained on, and then they'll stack it in the barn. So I just want you to know what you're dealing with, and it's on your hands. Thank you.
Hey, check in with the office tomorrow. They got a position for you.
I don't want you, I wouldn't do your job.
Okay.
Or be his.
We got one more? Come on up.
No, I'm with the farm.
You're with the farm?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so are we done with everybody but the applicant now? Okay. So we invite you to come up and just address us up here, please.
Okay, my name is Shanna Clark. My daughter and son-in-law are Alora and Dallin Lloyd, and my husband Ken Clark. And so, just to address a few questions, my husband and I have been in farming all our lives. We have 90 years of experience with milking cows between the two of us and families and stuff. We have animal experience. As far as not having a well yet, we have been on a waiting list to have a well drilled since January. As soon as the property was purchased, we had that, had called. As far as traffic, there is already a business on that road, the Tomato Farm, that does not provide parking off-road. There, you will drive past there, you will see a lot of those cars parked on side of the road that does not have the extra. So we are aware of Wellsville City's plans and their requirements because we had looked at putting it in Wellsville City before. And so we have no intentions to be annexed. That's not on our list, if that helps with that. The light thing we can remedy because we don't want bright lights, because if the lights are on too long or they're too bright, the animals lose their antlers. When we filled out this application, we did not have the information about composting and waste. So that will be taken care of. We will not be composting it there, and we can take care of it. They are actually deer. They do not have nearly the waste as a horse or a cow does. They are actually, most of the places that we go to, they actually rake it up and fork it out, just as people are there. So as far as the number of animals, 35 is what we put down, and then when we discussed with the DWR, they have told us what the limit was there. Because it is a small place, we put down 35 because if we're getting an application, you can always have less. So our plan, when we've done with breeding and stuff like that, would be have 15 to 20 deer there. We have the pens for it. Our plan is also to plant sod on the part that does not have the parking lot. We plan on a parking lot of gravel, whatever the recommendations are there. Generally, agriculture places, to help prevent runoff, do not have a asphalt parking lots. I have been a nurse for 38 years, so I am very aware of patients or people who need assistance. We already have that on our list to have wheelchairs available for even the elderly, so that if it's difficult for them to move, that will be available. And
bathrooms?
We were going to start with porta potties to begin with because of the cost, as they were talking about putting in businesses to start with. And there's other agricultural businesses in the area, and that's what they used when we talked with them. They use that until we can put together a facility and we have already talked with Bear River Health. We would put in a separate septic system, and that for a house, or for the outhouse, whatever you call it. There is one good news, though, is when the reindeer fly once a year, they are very quiet, and there shouldn't be a lot of lights or irritation going on.
Commissioners, do we have any other questions for Mrs. Clark?
Anything we need to clarify?
Is it your son or son-in-law? Son-in-law.
Son-in-law.
Son-in-law. Come up here and hop in with her. We'll listen a couple of minutes, and then we need to move on.
Well, do you, as the council, have any questions?
I just asked, and I asked about the porta potties.
Yeah, I guess in Hyde Park City, when you build a fence, if it's higher than 7 feet, you have to have a building permit for that.
Yes, we went over that, we discussed that. Because it is a wire fence, we were told that we could go ahead and put that in. And when we started building stuff in there, we thought it was under agriculture, and that's why. As far as other stuff, we just won't even address that unless you guys have questions.
Okay, so have you guys, I'm not promising we're even going to make a decision tonight, but I'm just wondering, have you thoroughly read the conditions?
We have read the 17
and conclusions.
conditions. Yes, we have.
And so
the only thing that we ask is if someone would tell us where to find these people that have to do these
Okay.
Which,
They
we can have an
they can
engineer,
be
but then
identified
somebody
and
here and somebody
directed.
there. If somebody
Yes.
can just direct us to where we need to go, that's
Yeah.
fine. That's
Yep.
not, we knew that's what the process was, so.
I was gonna add a comment just about the fence that, the other chairperson asked about. So that was discussed with our building department, and the chief building official reviewed that. Initially, we did red tag that and asked them to hold off on their construction. But that was determined because of it's a wire type fence and it wasn't structurally gonna be an issue for it to be 8 feet tall. It was okay to proceed.
Also, for any questions about CWD, we have extensively been in touch with the state vet and also with the Division of Wildlife. We cleared it with them first because it didn't do any good to come to you guys if they said no.
Okay.
So we are already aware of the regulations. The deer that we are purchasing are coming from a herd that has been 29 years CWD-free, tuberculosis-free, and also, what's the other one? Brucellosis-free.
Okay. Okay.
I just have a clarification on the comment that she made, because I'm not sure. Did you say the parking structure is not going to be blacktop?
We were going to put in gravel and stuff so that it would not affect runoff into the other fields, the nearby fields, and allow the water to drain into the soil to keep the water levels and stuff up around the area.
Is this being recorded?
Yes.
I'd like to, I just got a text.
Well, hold on, because to get it recorded, you're supposed to be right there, and we've already give you your, yeah, we give you your, this is hard, Dale, but we have to follow the protocol the same with everybody.
He just said, said a prayer for you guys to prevail for the right reasons. There are risks to health and safety of human beings in that reindeer farm.
Okay.
I hope they deny it.
Okay. Go ahead.
I will say this on the record. I don't think there's a bigger health risk than the produce farm down the street.
Don't, not, stop.
Okay.
I don't need
So
to-
you guys
We will not milk them.
We're done now. So if you don't have any other facts for us, we're,
I do, if that's okay.
quickly.
And I will be very quick. I've written down a list. I'm a very itemized person.
Actually, look this way when you're talking to us. Go ahead.
I've written down a list of all the considerations and everything that I've heard brought up in this meeting. I can say with assurance that we will comply for this conditional use permit. Our intent of this is to provide a service to the valley that will improve family life.
Okay.
Thank you for your guys' time.
Thank you for coming. Okay, at this time, commissioners, I appreciate both sides. I think there's been some good information provided. Staff and legal, do you have counsel?
I'm going to point you in one direction initially. As we've looked at this as staff, something that's not in the staff report, but is required by the code is the use must qualify as land under agricultural use per the Farmland Assessment Act. So as this property is developed, I've passed that information on to the county assessor to review so they know on the front end if there are any issues related to that qualification. I've got some feedback there, but they had some questions that have been addressed tonight that I'll take back to the assessor and have them review. So I'm recommending an additional condition number 18. It would read, the applicant must verify that with the proposed use, that the land qualifies as land under agricultural use as defined by the Farmland Assessment Act. It's already stated by the code, but this reiterates it here as a checklist to verify that the site plan and the proposed use work together.
May I ask, you and I and Mr. Watkins had a conversation. I know this has been approved by the DWR, but this is an agritourism thing. We discussed before, elk is accepted under the Department of Agriculture. I'm wondering where reindeer come under the Department of Agriculture and how this fits in the agritourism. Is that what you're talking about, the Farmland Assessment Act?
No, I'm not. Farmland Assessment Act is specific to the taxation rules for things that qualify as greenbelt. So the distinction here for your question is if reindeer qualifies agriculture.
And that's yes, I'm asking that.
Utah Department of Agriculture and Food, I looked this up after we talked just earlier, and they actually identify, here I'll just put it on the screen. Sorry, I can't remember what tab it is. I apologize.
Just while you're pulling it up, Mr. Luthi, do you have any guidance for us?
Not at this time. I had not looked at this one before this evening, and I've been reading it through as you've spoken.
My knee-jerk reaction, just quick before Chris finishes his deal, I don't know that we can make a decision tonight, or can we?
I have another point here. It talks about, just like we talked about with the winery, that 51% of the produce or whatever comes from this agricultural or this agritourism. In their application, they're talking about having Christmas tree sales, those aren't raised there, having a concession stand, those aren't raised there, and my question comes is how do we determine 51% is coming from petting a reindeer? Does that make sense? So from when I look at this from the council and setting up agritourism, that's why I'm looking at from the standpoint of reindeer and the DWR and the bioscience stuff that's been brought out. If that's in the manure, does that transmit only by manure, or is there other areas and ways of that being transmitted? Well,
let's keep it to this, because we got to keep it here to conclude with the direction we're going.
So I'm very much poignant on those two issues as the 51% because we have drilled that on every other agritourism, and I'm questioning how this works on this position. Okay?
Question one, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just had a question. Absent the public impact or the public allowing to the site,
yes.
bringing the public on the site, they're permitted by the DWR. The reindeer can be there. They can raise reindeer per that permit from the state. Is that
They
is
can
that
build
correct?
all the buildings.
Build all the buildings and all of that under current code, current use. The real thing that we're considering tonight is bringing the public onto the site. That's the impact.
Kind of like the straw maze.
That's correct, because our code requires that if they're gonna bring the public to the site, specifically it states, agritourism is a use or activity for the on-site recreation, retail purchase, education, or participation of the general public. So that general public piece is what triggers that review. If they were just gonna have reindeer at their property, you don't get a say. They can just do it, the code allows it, it's permitted. They'd still
That was
have to
really
meet.
my point.
Yeah.
Our
They'd still have to
concern
meet state
Mine too.
requirements.
is the public coming on the site.
Can I address one of Nolan's questions? I think that if the activity that qualifies as agriculture is what's bringing them there, I'd say as long as 51% of the reindeer live there, or raised there on site, that's the agricultural activity that is triggering the tourism. I think they should.
Do we
bring
define
half the
reindeer as
reindeer,
being agricultural?
Yes. That's what I'm being hearing from Chris.
Just wait. Lots of good questions.
As long as raising reindeer is deemed agriculture and the elk is, so I won't be surprised if we hear that reindeer is.
So I pulled up the Utah Department of Ag and Food webpage. And so they have a list under there. This is under the requirements they have for elk farms and elk hunting parks. So what they state there is importation into Utah. Importation of captive elk and reindeer into Utah is a 3-step process. They group those together as part of their process. Now, I haven't found anything that specifically, explicitly states that reindeer qualify under these requirements, but the state does on their own webpage. So under the state's requirement, they identify things like domesticated animals. They apply to cattle, all those other livestock types, swine, sheep, everything else. That's the only place I've been able to find that they specifically, explicitly state anything about reindeer, and they treat them like they do elk. That's as close as I've got to your question. And the fact that they've gone through their existing process confirms that. We can always touch base with Mr. Butters, who was here, and since he leads that department, could probably confirm or point us in the right direction with someone who can confirm that. But from what I've read here, that's my expectation.
I'm hearing so many unknowns. I'm willing to suggest that we need to table this until we have some more information. I don't think we have enough, and everything we're doing right now is speculating. So to move ahead, Tell me your thought, Chris.
What more information are you looking
I'm
at?
concerned about the questions that has arisen with the caribou.
Reindeer.
Or reindeer,
And I'm not
reindeer.
raising- I'm
I
not
apologize.
saying that there's a question, I'm saying that it's clear to me that there isn't a question.
Yeah, the agriculture, so that's one question. The people being, the amount of people coming on and how we've addressed that, the safety issue. And then the third item is kind of waiting to hear if the assessor was to say that this property or this use, actually there's four things, so the fourth one is the 51%. But if the assessor was to say that this is not qualified for Greenbelt, we've just eliminated this from an agritourism classification.
But with the extra condition on there, it would do the same thing.
What do you mean?
If we went forward with it, we have that requirement, that condition there, that they have to do that prior to.
Oh, in 18. Okay.
From staff's perspective, the conditions are there that accommodate the use. Say, for example, they change their site plan over time and they expand their parking lot or they expand something else. You don't look at that again unless they have then exceeded the requirements, then we bring it back to you after we've verified those pieces. So I don't know if there's unknowns there, the conditions address them. If you're not comfortable with the conditions, that's when I would say that you should consider postponing it. Or if you're uncomfortable with maybe a full appreciation for what they're requesting and what the impacts might be.
Okay, so you brought me back to schedule there. I did read these. So like in number 4, but there was nothing here I saw that pertained, I did not think. Well, I guess a fifth thing that did come into mind with my concern was in the prior, we've respected if a municipality has opposed or presented concern within their annexation plan, we've respected that.
That's specific to a rezone.
Additional use.
Only on a rezone. Okay. Thank you. But do we
I
have?
think it's worth noting that the municipality actually showed up and gave comments.
Yes, yes.
More than we ever get. So.
That's Wellsville, may I say that?
That should be applauded above all other things. That is much
So,
appreciated.
I don't know if Matt can attest to this or if you can. How does UDOT, do they have a or is there a requirement, direct requirement, because I read that, it says either Cache County or UDOT. So, Matt, they're not,
That's a misstatement if it says that.
it's a what?
UDOT does not have any jurisdiction over the county road.
Because they're not on it.
And when we have approached them for anything similar to this, they say it's not our jurisdiction, you deal with it.
So, I know we have a parking analysis in here. Other times when we've looked at these kinds of activities or uses, we've talked about having a traffic study as
That's
well.
in number, is it 4? Oh, parking analysis, sorry.
So is there a reason why we wouldn't have a traffic study?
On that road, especially if we got 18-foot width on the road.
It's maybe a good question for Matt. My perception, I'll let him if he wants to address it, but my perception, if an increase of 50 vehicles
Per hour,
is not significant.
per hour.
It's not significant.
50 an hour is really significant on a road.
So I'm speaking to that from my experience from what we've reviewed before, but I would really recommend you ask and refer to Matt as the county engineer.
Is that 50 per hour based on the type of road or whatever, based on this is a minor or whatever that classification comes from?
It should be specific to the classification type of the road. So based on that classification would determine the amount of vehicles that are expected upon that.
But we've already looked at that.
Correct. So if the engineer hasn't flagged it, unless he wants to comment, I don't have a comment.
Number 6 takes care of, I think, the design of the road
Road improvements, yep.
and the reassessment or analysis there.
Correct.
13 addresses your septic issues.
Does the county have any say on the concern that was brought up? Porta potties versus a permanent, or the health department, do they have any say on that? Is there, well, I guess what I'm wondering, is there a benchmark number of people where you reach a certain percentage, or do they just say you gotta have more potties?
That's a great question. So when it comes to the Bear River Health Department, they're gonna set that requirement.
Take care of their own.
We don't have an additional.
And is that in here, that they have to go through the health department for that?
It is.
Yeah, it was 13.
It does not address porta potties specifically.
Okay, so here's a quick question. The conditional use permit goes with the property, so the straw maze was approved amidst the uproar, and things didn't pan out. The applicant withdrew, we canceled the CUP. This, the worst case scenario, the county assessor assesses this, so say that we go with the county's suggestion, based on the conditions, the conclusions, we approve it tonight with those conditions, conclusions. The county assessor comes back under number 18 and says, due to the animals not being raised on site, due to, or whatever else, the amount of parking area, structures versus available ag land, this does not qualify for green,
Under the Farmland Assessment.
under the Farmland Assessment Act. That immediately takes the application of, it can't meet the initial application of being an agritainment.
Can't be recorded.
It can't be recorded that way, so then that automatically withdraws our CUP by default.
No, that's
Okay?
incorrect.
Clarified.
It means they cannot meet that condition. There's no reason they can't come back and amend their site plan and say, we understand that we don't have enough of this because of this, and so they make the adjustment and then they qualify. And then we verify that qualification. So what that states and the importance of that condition, in addition to that condition, is that they have to verify that.
Okay.
Before that happens, then the code already requires it, but this is another step that allows that to be verified. And there isn't a question about it.
I guess based on what we've talked about, based upon our conditions, our conclusions, I would like each one of you to quickly share your input, but I don't see us being able to not act on this tonight. So, Chris?
Yeah, I don't have anything
Further to add.
But you support that we gotta act on it, or should?
I don't see a reason to, I haven't heard any compelling reasons for additional information that needs to be provided.
Mr. Watterson?
I agree.
Okay. At this point, I'm willing to accept a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Rocky Mountain Reindeer Farm conditional use permit with the accompanying 17 conditions and 18 with the added condition and 2 conclusions.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the system will run its course. Thank you for coming, thank you for the input. I'm gonna pause for station identification, but if,
I'd recommend a brief recess if that's.
okay, we're gonna recess 5 minutes. I would, oh, you bet I would. You bet.
That is not an ad. Pretty sure that the short band
Can you put this on a paper that I can forward? Even if you just, I mean, do you really need these? Aren't they one-sided? If you'll put your comments down and sign it, leave your phone number, I'll forward it. You know what? Give a couple of compelling reasons, though. I'm not asking for that, I understand it, but
But flying an airplane for your private use, coming in and out, it's not agriculture. It's not raising anything.
number of trips, too. Number of trips. I think number of trips is compelling. For against. There's two.
What is he doing? Nothing. So the stream belt, he's getting the tax breaks on it. A very minimum.
Write that out. Write that out and sign it. I gotta hit the restroom. Just put your name, your number on there too. My eyes are yellow.
cut them off is because it's basically cluttered underneath zero altitude.
And you don't need that, it's just.
In case of an emergency,
Well, it is interesting though, when you start looking at aircraft and you start. That can
I'm curious when they're gonna stop making it so it's audible to human ears.
Have a good night. Yep.
Because
What happened next is I'll just send, I'll send out a letter tomorrow.
all those
About a year.
permits.
But you can't.
Electric power
All
system.
the permits.
It's North Logan jurisdiction. Might be why.
Yeah, I was.
They built on the airport because they might annex part of it for it. And
Oh, wait, I have heard.
electric
To connect, I got it.
electric vertical takeoff and landing.
There's a lot of conditions.
Electric vehicles
I'll do it.
are taking over airspace. It's gonna be.
They were here initially a few years ago, and I was out at the airport for a bunch of discussions, and then COVID, now it's reflected back.
Yeah, they've been.
And we do have a
Really
definition
fast. I was
of
number
qualified
15.
professional for all of that kind of stuff.
Switch to icon.
Oh, I fit.
Okay, you're
Yes,
welcome.
you're
Have a
right.
good night.
You must know someone that
Don't
works
forget,
there.
no, I just hear.
Okay, well, we'll work with you, see if we can get this stuff all done and do it right.
Help us through the process, we're just on the administrative end.
No, I think it'll be a real asset to the community.
Tim Watkins.
Like that. Cars an hour, you know, that's a lot of high hopes.
Right.
You know, and, you know,
It's good to get some, with.
yeah, with here, so anyway, you know, there's the farm that we're buying these from, you know, they have like 35 to 40 there, and they're only on like 4 acres. We're doing, and they only.
I think it's time for you guys to.
Good, so.
We're trying to follow.
Once again, thank you.
Right, thank you so much.
Understand. This is part of the process.
Thank you, Good night.
Good night.
We looked it up on things and it said it's agriculture, so we can do it, so that's why we started. But, you know, when we started, somebody.
Yeah.
Finally.
Gotta stay awake somehow.
So it was like we should have started sooner. Thank you.
Always find on it.
We'll see you later.
See you later.
Anyways, on dog kennels and everything else.
Well, that's why I sat here and thought about it. I may not have said it real well, but if you said, okay,
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could reassemble, feel free to take your business out in the hall if you're done or want to keep communicating, but we really do need to move on.
Booger of a thing, and then we're just talking about it
We're actually okay though, because staff's not back, so.
in an airport, and we can't define what is changing the neighborhood. States in the ordinance. I just don't understand.
broadly, the reasonable conditions that mitigate, go to any length to eliminate the problems, but reasonable conditions. See, this is back on the council. Does the council?
Will we offend Chris, Angie, if you start on the next one?
On that picture, plane's doing
Actually, the next two, we are recommending continuance. I'm not sure how much you want to hear from it or about each of the requests. There wasn't enough information to draft all the conditions or complete a review. So we have recommended continuance on that. So again, I'm not sure what information you would like.
Okay, Angie, may I just ask a couple questions? I know at the last meeting that, or 2 meetings ago, whenever he came, Wested's Estates was antsy to move. Do we know if maybe the need for, did he not get us the information we needed, or what's the holdup on that, or what?
Well, our process is fairly quick compared to other cities, I would say, or jurisdictions. And so, I sent out the development review. I have to wait for all of those reviews to come back in order to draft a staff report and conditions. Unfortunately, I didn't get all of those back until after I'd noticed it, hopeful that we could condition everything out. But we did need additional information. The applicant has provided quite a bit more information in just the last couple of days, but we still haven't drafted any conditions or anything on that, since we need to further review what he has submitted.
So, I think the biggest concern there, if I recall from the last time too, was they was out of space, needing more space.
Yeah, well, the previous was a rezone request. This is the first.
One more time?
That was a rezone request. This is the first.
49 acre, oh, that was a rezone.
Yeah, this is the first time the CUP has come forward.
Okay, okay. So, can we maybe even identify, so I know the applicant for this one is our storage sheds guys here too, all of you in the back. Is there anything we could do to just quickly identify if we are to table them, and that's the only option? What are we missing and what needs to be done so that we don't hold them up any longer than we have to?
Yeah, all of those items are actually in those memos. We summarized all of the items that were deficient and that we needed. So they are listed there to help the applicant move forward for the next meeting.
Okay, a concern I had, and I expressed this earlier, I guess that's the only way to do it. I was wondering if we were even confusing ourselves on that West Edge rezone, because we refer to storage warehouse facility when this is dirt storage. Is that how it's classified?
Yes, it is. The use type is the storage and warehousing, and under that use type is a sub-use type of storage yard.
Okay. Okay.
Is there an existing conditional use for the property east of this?
I'm sure there is. I just don't have that information with me, but.
This is why are we not, I mean, it's contiguous property, why are we not doing an adjustment?
Well, their intention was that they were shutting that one down and moving their facility to the back.
Okay, so again, I guess part of this too, like even item number 3, the boundary line adjustment was done and recorded on May 26th, but just because the county didn't get it moved on paper, why is that a holdup for the applicant?
Well, that was the issue because initially, we didn't know if it was going to be one parcel or 2 parcels. It is still 2 parcels, and so that impacts all the setbacks and those questions that you had before
the 15
about
foot and the
property.
30 foot.
Yeah, it's different for industrial zones, so it's like 30 feet from all property lines, unless they're next to another industrial zone, but they're still setbacks. So they couldn't cross over the uses or stockpile things right next to each other. They'd have to meet those setbacks because they are 2 separate properties. And the site plan just didn't give us enough information to do that. He did provide this bound supplemental information tonight, but I haven't had enough time to go through it all yet.
Okay. I respect that, appreciate what you do. I just hate for people to pay the money and come in and then, especially when it's still like this or the storage, they're planning on getting going.
Yeah, well, all the other items, that were considered to be continued, we were able to do a full review and had all the conditions listed. So I would just say that in our favor that, we did have the ability to go through all of those, but just, did not on these 2.
Okay, so do we feel though, is it reasonable, again, if we say 90 days from today, that puts us in December, which is for both of them in construction and such, that's pretty tough. So would it be realistic? What could we tell the applicants? I mean, what can be done to make this happen in 30 days?
Again, all the information's listed there, so I would just need that supplemental information and the updates by probably next Wednesday at the latest, submitted to our office to get it on the October agenda.
Okay. May I ask one question too, from a county standpoint? I had a question where it mentioned, I don't want to do all the speaking either. If somebody else wants to jump in, please. I know there was some concern, as I recall from the rezone, some of the water down in that area is a result of canal companies and even excess drainage. So if the irrigation companies are running water showing up down there that normally wouldn't be or what have you, can you guys foresee or maybe just help us understand I didn't specifically see anything here, but do you have any problem with, or is there gonna be and yes, there is, 8. What can the applicant expect from that, or what are you guys picturing?
Is this about the wetlands?
Yeah, delineation.
So that's dependent.
It's, oh, yeah, I mean, it's an unknown. They have a wetland professional looking into it currently, but haven't done any official studies or recommendations yet, so I don't think they've contacted the Army Corps yet officially either.
Okay. So would we be fair, since they're both here, could we allow either applicant or both applicants just to come up with their 3 minutes or 5 minutes, express their concerns or questions? My concern, as I've stated, is I want to be above board, follow our codes, but I don't want to hold them up. Are you two okay with that, or would you rather not?
Oh, I'm fine with whatever. If you want people to speak, yeah.
Commissioners?
Yeah, and it was noticed, so it's fine.
Are you guys okay? Come on up.
For the record, my name is Justin Robinson. I'm with Edge. And I've provided back in the packet a written rebuttal. To be really honest with you, there was one thing on this list that I believe was not covered before I got it, and that was the realignment of 12th West, which you also have a letter in there from Bill Young, the city engineer for Logan City. I don't know their process on how everything gets done. As soon as I found out about it, actually even before I got this list, but it was indicated that there was an issue with 12th West, I managed to get a meeting with Logan City's Public Works, had everybody in the meeting that we needed to have in the meeting. We had this thing solved in 30 minutes, reached back out to the engineer, we're in agreement on it. We're good with the alignment. To me, that's the one key thing that needs to happen, is that alignment and the right-of-ways to tie in for the future development. As far as the rest of the items in here, I've commented on them. Frankly, this is the exact same. We're not changing anything. We're doing exactly what we've already been doing for 15 years. We're just moving it west. So if you have any questions, you can drive out there and see exactly what we're doing. Same number of trucks, we come to the same intersection, we access SR 252, we'll do it in the same spot. We just have to extend 2200 further west in order to reach beyond the gate. As far as, rainfall, we're not paving anything. We'll pave the road down to the gate, and on our site, there's no pavement. Everything's permeable. So, like I say, I go through these, I'll be honest with you, I struggle to see what the issue is and why this can't move forward. And as far as the time frame, I can't tell you, through operations, we will move the operation west. I can't give you a time frame. Depends what market conditions are doing.
You're talking about
on
clearing off
vacating
yeah,
where we're at right
vacating,
now.
okay.
Yeah, we'll set that up for development down the road, which all of those future development plans, including, I located our future office on here just from a general planning standpoint. We're not putting an office down there right now. We're doing exactly what we've been doing. And that will all come under a different process, a different application process, a different permit process.
Do you have any idea when the wetland study or the professional guy will be back with you on that?
We're following his advice right now. And his advice right now is he doesn't do a study right now because it's been irrigated. And anyone who does so, and I can defer to those professionals in the room that are closer to that, but I've been in that environment. We've dealt with this on a regular basis. You don't want to rush into that. You need to take off your superficial water, which is the irrigation water. We'll cut that off. And there are some areas that we do have legitimate concerns that I'll tell you, there probably will be. I will stand here and tell you right now, there are wetlands and there will be wetlands on this property in 30 years, regardless of what we do. And we know how to work around them. We protect them. We'll have silt fences. We'll have BMP practices in place, just like we've done on our other. And so that, to me, that's a non-issue.
That answer your question? Or
I mean, the study has to identify what parts are silted or fenced rather than just saying there will be some.
No, a wetland delineation study, no, that goes further than what we're asking here. And especially if you're gonna bring the Army Corps on site, it's a whole nother ballgame. And I would respectfully just say that I don't know if you understand all of the details involved there.
Well, respectfully, I'm reading what's on the report, so
Right, yeah, I understand that.
that's what I'm going.
Right, but we're following professional counsel on how to proceed in our operation. And we've done so previously, we'll continue to do so.
Justin, I think what you're saying is your consultant is gonna identify potential wetland areas. You're gonna avoid those areas until such time as you complete this study.
Correct, yes.
So there's 49 acres there too. I'm not trying to rush this anymore, just trying to get a little handle on it. How much space do you need now, or would need, or would like to have access to continue operations?
The issue we have right now is we have 20,000 tons of topsoil sitting in the 10th West Corridor that's got to go somewhere and go somewhere this fall. It needs to move now. And so we've been delayed waiting on this process to go through. We will move that to the back of the property, over towards that west end, back within all the setbacks. Our original submission, we didn't go in and say it was 30 feet and we didn't draw lines, but all of our storage areas are within all of those 30-foot setbacks.
Why not combine your parcels so that you don't have to have those setbacks on the property lines?
Because later on, if something happens that we need a separate parcel line, going through a subdivision process is more hassle than it's worth. And we can operate and respect that line and be just fine. In fact, if you look, there's kind of.
Part of it's naturally close to that
Yeah.
drainage for the irrigation
Yes,
company.
and there's a road there. There's a farm road that's in gravel that's, you can see on the map, that's right there, just below the line.
Yeah, the wavy road.
Yep, and there's also a pond that comes up right below that. Chris, can you move right there, thank you. Yep, I'm talking about that. So there's also a pond in there. So from that aspect, removing the boundary line or separating the parcels wouldn't necessarily gain us a whole bunch.
So there's really, as much as we'd like to try, there's really nothing more we can do tonight. But do you feel from your, well, I will let staff and legal tell us that one more time. Is there nothing more we can do tonight with this, or are we done?
You have two options, at least two options. Sorry, Chris. You can go ahead. You have at least two options. One would be to take staff's recommendation to continue it for up to 90 days, not excluding till 90 days, but up to 90 days. The other option is you could work with staff and you could draft conditions that reflect possible impacts. The challenge we face as staff there is we do have some pieces here, like that alignment that they put together is helpful for 12th, was it west?
12th West, yeah.
We haven't reviewed that. So we just saw it tonight. I'd like to sit down and review that with Matt and make sure that works with our code. Maybe he's already looked at that and is comfortable with it. I'm unaware.
Are you saying you are?
Yeah, I was part of their discussion with Logan City. A lot of that will come through, those alignments will be finalized when they submit their final site plan.
Let me ask this.
So
if we were to, based on what you're telling us, if we allowed you guys to meet and have the final say, could we make a decision tonight pending the outcome of you two's final decision or final meeting, whenever that happens?
That would be an interesting precedent.
Okay, we don't do that then. Okay?
Can it be
tied then?
Can it be conditioned on the approval, on your guys' approval of the 12th West alignment?
Justin, when did you guys last go through for the first round? Is that 2017?
On
For where you're at now in town?
where we're at, our
Hope
conditional
you guys
use?
are putting together a mighty good defense.
I want to say it's 15, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's been a few years.
It might be further than that. It might be 12.
The challenge is we don't have the list of conditions. And we would
Well,
have
we
to
don't want to set a
we'd
precedent.
have to
That's
sit
the
here
hard
and
part.
Create them all and then vote.
There
on
it is.
them.
Yep.
Yep, right there it is.
I don't feel comfortable.
So if I'm gonna get creative,
That's where we're gonna be.
Because I think it's the same
Okay.
business, but.
So will you help us finish after I cut you off, Chris?
Sure.
Our options are to continue it up to 90 days as staff suggested, or,
Try to draft conditions that address impacts we may not have considered.
oh,
So the only thing I say I'm trying to get creative with is they went through this process in 2012. Granted, the laws have changed since then, and the commissioners have changed. Things have changed, right? It's been a few years. In 2012, there were 5 conditions of approval identified. They're going to be similar, but they're not exactly the same. So you could have a working base to go from, but my hesitation there is it's not specific to this site. It's directly adjacent to this site. So it's going to be similar. I know at that time, let's see, the applicant was allowed up to 6 months from the date of issuance of the CUP to transfer all their storage. So there was something to address that idea of how that phasing might adjust or be addressed.
In reference to that, there was a small pile of topsoil across 10th West on the east side.
More feasible.
Yeah.
do we have anything
For
from
what we
5
have
still
there
in
right
file?
now,
Comparing apples to oranges a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's
I'd
difficult.
suggest you not try to draft conditions at 9:45 after you've been going this long and hope that they all work out.
Okay.
I would highly recommend that, because to draft those conditions in the
Could we-
committee would take you at least 2 hours.
Do we have to go 90 days, or should we say,
So
Up
up
to
to 90
okay,
days
okay.
allows the ability of flexibility for the commission and for the applicant. It's not intended to be punitive in its sense, it's just to give the flexibility if more time is needed, it's there.
I think the point being though, if the applicant provides all the required information, you know, in is it a week, isn't it, or so?
Yeah, it looks like it's here.
It'll be on the next
Yes,
agenda.
it'll be on October's agenda. It does put it back 30 days.
well, oh, yeah,
I know it does, it just.
but that's better than 90.
But then it gives the commission and the county, who you're really here to represent, the opportunity to set a draft of conditions forward that are adequate for what the
Okay.
impact is.
I'm not foreseeing a problem approving this. Not that it makes you feel better, Justin, but.
right.
Okay. Justin, is there any further comment you have, other than I see the disappointment? Sorry?
Yep.
Okay. Commissioners, ready to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we continue the West Edge State CUP for up to 90 days.
Okay. Second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's not dwell on the list. Let's maybe have the applicant of the storage units come up, do the same thing. If we can just hit on, make sure that you're aware of everything that staff is concerned or lacking and what's got to be done to make that happen on your behalf.
Matt Thompson. I'm the applicant for the Valley View Self-Storage. I guess at this point, I'm a little confused on the county's application process. I just finished 833 storage units in Logan City, so I felt like I was super prepared for this application process. I spent a good part of the summer working on every one of the concerns that the staff has. Myself, my engineer, can answer every question. We've met with the fire department, we've met with UDOT, transferred water shares to the proposed property. Most of what they're asking for, I feel like, is in engineered plans and asking for a building permit. And so I have some concern with this being tabled, just as far as my time constraints as a property exchange, as well as my my due diligence with the property seller. You know, the IRS gives you so much time to get a project up and going. The reason I picked this piece of property is zoned commercial. It's the least path of resistance for me in order to accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish. That's why I've spent so much time and due diligence in trying to figure out what is needed from the county in order to move forward and identify this piece of property as the piece that I want to build on. So anyways, if I could just bounce down these quick bullet points and explain to you.
Well, yeah, did you read all the staff's findings or their staff's?
Yes,
So hit them.
Yeah, so in the first one, Minden City, we've already spoke with Minden City. We submitted our information with them to be on their next board meeting, which I believe is next Thursday.
Did you provide that to the county?
We can, yes. We just met with them today, with Minden City. So we were unaware of this condition. So we met with them today. We're going to be on their board meeting Thursday. We've talked to one of these council meetings, and we've set these same plans to Minden City. So they have them. They're going to be on their board meeting next Thursday. So in regards to their annexation or possible annexation, their indications they have zero problem with it, and they just have to be heard in their planning and zoning meeting. As far as the pervious and impervious, as far as our density, we put down gravel driveways because there seem to be some really vague code issues with what's impervious and pervious as far as the density goes. And so we put down, the indication that we got from the staff is that gravel driveways would meet our density that we're proposing on our plan.
Can you identify in here where you're responding to?
So in our
I'm almost thinking I might have lost some pages.
So our Valley View letter of intent says the drive aisles will be gravel. And our understanding was that the city is limited to 15% impervious structures, that being asphalt and buildings.
I'll get in here, yeah. I think I lost some. Well, don't let me hold you up.
Okay.
Carry on. So let's have open communication. Just
Okay.
identify where your
So the
concern is.
reason for my density was based on the feedback that we were getting to impervious, pervious application in our driveways. And that's why, that's why we proposed the gravel driveways, and that's why we proposed the density that we proposed, was the indication we were getting from the staff. As far as 30 feet as property lines, that can be corrected pretty easily with our driveways. Our 27.5 feet right now, we can go to 26. We can pick up those extra couple feet to meet the 30-foot setbacks. Chain link fence, was another, I guess, issue on there as far as screening goes. I guess there's some other ways we can screen, maybe landscaping, our 10% can line the chain link fence and provide some beautification as far as screening goes. There seem to be some.
So do you know your IRS timeframe? How much time you got?
Well, I mean, whenever you're doing a property exchange or your
days.
Well, they give you 45 days to identify a piece of property, and then you have a year to do that. But we're going into winter conditions, which can be problematic. But the bigger problem is the seller due diligence are running up, and we spent most of the summer addressing these via the fire department, UDOT, water shares, all these different things. With our understanding, coming into the county application process would be somewhat of a smooth transition because of the zoning.
Do you have enough information in front of you that you could put together what is needed or what is missed in 7 days, 10 days, and 7 days, and have to these guys?
Well, really all I need is indication from the commission that the project's going to move forward based on these conditions. I can meet every one of these conditions, no problem. That's not the issue. The issue is purchasing the property with the timetable of up to 90 days. That backs me into a serious corner.
You can come back in next month's meeting if you.
Yes, yeah, and that's fine. I can answer all these questions, but I mean, that's my due diligence runs out with the seller and those type of things. And so
I see where you're coming from. You don't want to put a lot into it if you're not going to buy it or get it.
Yeah, and I don't want to do a whole set of engineered plans, which a lot of this is what they're asking for is conditions, is a set of engineered plans to meet these conditions, which, like I said, I can meet every single one of these conditions, no problem. I just don't want to be tabled till November. That would really cause.
Well, back to the question, can you have what they need in 7 days?
Sure. Lance from Landmark Engineering.
That's in you guys' control.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any questions, clarification, whatever else, you know the department. I'm not brushing you off being ignorant.
We would expect to see on next month's agenda.
Yeah, we want to help you, but we have to have this stuff that they can be satisfied with to suggest us, yes.
I understand that.
just wanted to,
Yeah.
before we went too far, can we have all those things? So we're on Mendon City's, city council agenda for next Thursday. We anticipate them giving their approval to this project. So we would have those meeting minutes. We may not have that letter that it says, pending them drafting that letter and getting that signed and back to us. They're a smaller city, so a number of projects I've worked on getting letter of recommendation from them. That may take a few weeks. So that one item, we may not be able to have that letter, but we would have the meeting minutes or recording of that meeting showing that we discussed the project with them. Like Matt said, Nathan Dowgs. I'm Matt's partner on this project. So we may not have that, but we've already met with a couple of the city council members. They don't see an issue. This area is in their annexation plan. That entire intersection, north, south, east, west of this parcel, in their annexation plan is commercial development. So it fits right into what they're planning for this area.
So let's make
anyways.
sure we have clear communication here. Ask these guys, let's make it clear. Are they okay with that, or what do we gotta do? Huh?
That's not a concern from a staff standpoint.
Okay.
You better say that.
And we're not making no commitments. All we're doing is, we're doing everything we can to get you on the next agenda if you have what they're looking for.
So our question is being on the next agenda, for example, we understand as far as the process and everyone's busy, right? It's a crazy time in construction. We got these back on Wednesday. So these conditions, we just barely got this letter on Wednesday. So we can definitely answer these within the 7 to 10 days. Are these the conditions that we specifically have to have answers? For us, the way we look at it, these are the conditions of the conditional use permit, most of them. And that's, I guess, our question.
That's not the case.
Okay.
So as a general rule, whenever these are applied, there's no way we could say that without finishing a full review of a full application, right? I think the application was full, but maybe we're missing some details. So for me to make a statement, but that these will be the conditions for you is not appropriate. So I think it very much is an indication to the applicant of what the staff's review is and what pieces are of concern. I think that there's been a lot of discussion before that date about this specific topic. And so this was put on the agenda to accommodate the discussion and to accommodate the applicant so they could be aware and make a decision about their due diligence requirements, and to assist them in making that decision and determining if the level of risk was sufficient or not for them to make a decision to purchase. So this should give them enough information, if they're comfortable with it, to make a decision, understanding that these are not conditions of approval until the commission.
Let's just hear him out, because we have, this communication's important.
Until the commission determines that they're conditions of approval. I don't have that authority. And you're not making that decision right now from what I understand.
We can't. Are we?
No.
I don't think we can. It's just,
If we don't have conditions to meet, I don't know how we.
He's gonna make this up. I'll get back to this stuff. So I guess our question is, we'll answer these and get it back. For the commission, as what you've seen and what our application is, can you at least comment and give feedback to us so that we can also answer those in a timely manner?
I don't anticipate.
we have less here than we had there. There's really nothing for us to even go off of.
Is there anything? Right, meeting the requirements as far as the project, or do you have any questions or anything of that nature?
Yeah, I foresee it being just a pretty quick thing next time.
So there are a couple of questions as far as definitions go, as far as that goes, and one of the concerns, I guess, is the screen and the fence. It just says in the ordinance says fence, right? In our application, if you can see on this out here in this agricultural, I don't think a white vinyl fence really.
Well, were you here earlier for the dog kennels?
I was a little bit.
So this is commercial, right?
It is commercial.
And it's the same thing they were asking about. There's specific guidelines,
Which
either
guidelines?
berms or whatever else.
Right, so we say chain link fence and we put landscaping behind it. What detail do we need to provide?
Well, I think we're talking about stuff right now that we have zero control over, and they're not gonna go nowhere. So
With the staff.
there's gotta be communication between you guys and staff.
So typically with 171030, which is a section of code we're referencing, it specifies that there's a minimum requirement of 10% of landscaping, correct?
We saw that.
Then it's, the real issue there is the screening and if it's applicable or appropriate in the circumstance, which I think is the comment or the direction that's being made here, is this an appropriate area to provide additional screening, and if so, why, and if so, where? So that would be the question that would be something that you could impose if the applicant came back and said, you know what, we don't think this makes sense to have screening here, and this is why. So it gives you the opportunity to say, you know what, I agree with that, or I don't.
But their defense or their presentation to us will help
Your
in
role
that
is to
decision.
impose conditions if they have not mitigated impacts.
Okay.
So to that,
That's what that addresses from a screening standpoint, and even in that section of code states that you have the ability to determine what is appropriate.
so to that, in the code, it says, if you border ag or RU2 or RU5,
And A10.
A10, you'll have screening. And then it gives the 4 or 5 things: fence, berm,
Wall or approved landscape.
yeah, wall or vegetation. And so, yeah, so we just chose fence thinking that would meet that requirement. But then in this, you know, we get this back that says chain link fence doesn't meet that requirement.
So
And so
we-
that's where our question was on that one,
What
is
do
I
you
had met with Chris a couple times and said, we'll do a chain link fence, and he said, that's fine, the commission may request that you put vinyl slats in it. So to get this comment back that fence didn't meet it, that was a,
That's incorrect. I think that, not what you said is incorrect. I think the fact that it says it's not appropriate is incorrect.
Okay.
We're
Okay,
trying to
yeah,
get
that's
away,
good.
we're trying to get away from slats and make it look like a wrecking yard and.
yeah, if chain link fence will meet it, that's great, we'll
If we do a
leave that
chain
in
link
there.
fence and we vision our landscaping, our 10% landscaping, beautifying that area, we get away from these weird fences and these eyesores that just don't look, you know.
Appropriate.
I think it's just kind of comes back to the applicant coming with what they're proposing,
Okay.
rather than
So-
you putting a requirement upon
Yeah.
them.
Okay, and what I think Chris said was exactly right, though, like, is what do you feel would be appropriate? Just a little comment, because of what we're thinking out there, you know, we don't want it to be something that,
Is that 32 or 2400 west?
so that is Highway State Road 30 and 23. So that's the intersection where you go to Mendon and also to the north, so,
Oh, Petersboro, Mendon.
yep,
And
that's the
and
intersection.
you're gonna be
of those
right
two
there on
state-
that northwest corner.
Yep, that's this intersection of the two roads. So what's appropriate, we have fence on 2 sides, we have state roads on 2 other sides. So what we're proposing was just fence around those 2 agriculturals.
I would not want to express my opinion, but I think it's all relevant to whatever, because I can point out numerous storage units around the valley that have just a chain link security fence.
Right, with landscaping screening, with a large
Landscape.
landscape.
I don't even have one in Locust City.
But I don't make the ordinances, whatever else. I just feel if we could get everybody to have the communication and do it, boy, our jobs would be so much easier. We'd get crap done.
If you can give me the 7 days and the Mendon thing to address these conditions, I can meet every one of these conditions. We can save everybody a lot of time.
So that's between you guys.
Okay,
We will hear you next time if you've got all that done.
okay.
Mr. Chair,
And we will make a decision.
could I just make one comment on the screening and the fence? It's a pretty broad and kind of vague provision.
Yep.
I think that you'll be exercising a fair amount of discretion. But when you look at it, it's because it's commercial next to either RU5 or RU2 or A10. The intent looks to be, if you're gonna have a commercial thing in the middle of residential area or in the middle of agriculture, let's provide some visual buffer so that you're not just seeing the commercial activity going on. You could interpret that as chain link doesn't provide enough of that kind of screening, visual barrier. Or you could say, you know, in the context of this place, that is sufficient. I think that the code gives you enough discretion.
But you guys come back with everything that the staff wants. That ain't gonna make or break the deal.
No, my biggest concern is going into next month's agenda and being obviously turned down, and then I'm up creek with crap, you know.
So you wouldn't be denied. Your real concern is if there's a condition that's so onerous that you cannot afford to make it work.
Yeah, and that's the whole reason of picking this piece of property is the zoning. The zoning was the least path of resistance to meet our timetable, so.
Well, I still feel this is communication between you guys in the office.
Sounds great.
But didn't he say
Has to be.
these are not the conditions?
No. He's
That's
just
my
saying that
understanding, no.
He couldn't put these specific ones, but these are the concerns right now. Right, but
the
they won't have
conditions
the
to go
full.
between the two.
There could be something else that they find in their full review that may or may not, right, Chris?
We don't anticipate that, but.
Yeah, unlikely, but.
Unlikely, but correct. Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Yep, thank you.
So we now need a, commissioners, give me your honest opinion.
For time, we need to extend your winery.
I would be firm on
I have some
15.
minutes for the winery if you want me to just plow through them and you can say if that matches what you think.
Do that, 15 minutes.
Oh, we've got to do it.
I feel we need to do it, but can we do it in 15? Get it done?
I wouldn't bet on it.
Come on up to the front seats.
Are you feeling pretty good about yourselves tonight?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we extend the meeting
Okay.
until 10:17.
Okay, can we get a second on that?
I'll second. Oh,
Further discussion, all in favor? Aye.
You also have a pending action that you haven't taken yet,
Yes.
or a pending agenda.
Also, so is there anybody willing to make a motion on the Valley View Storage Conditional Use Permit?
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we continue the Valley View Storage Shed conditional use permit up to 90 days.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Carry on.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up our code.
Is this the one that we had earlier?
Right there. Draft language for 6160 Winery. I'm going to add some language in here. Some of this is coming from Mr. Steve Martin. I think this is a valid point. Currently, it reads processing includes wholesale sales. I think it should read wholesale and retail sales, since that is anticipated in the use. The next one I'm going to skip to. Sorry, this is just a thing so I remember to fix it. Is going to be under item 4. So this had to do with the limitation on where this material could be pulled from into the valley or into the winery, from within the valley or within the state or whatever it might be. I think there were some valid points if the commission's on the same page with that. What I would recommend, I'm going back to my notes from hours ago, so be patient as I sort out my own writing. I would restate condition, or item A, well, I'm stuck in conditions now. Item A to state, as a beginning of the sentence, a winery may use agricultural products grown within the state of Utah to produce wine. So what I changed that to say was a winery may use agricultural products grown outside the county to produce wine, and the local wine producer may also purchase bulk beverage fermented, brewed, or distilled by a licensed alcohol manufacturer and blend the beverage with the local producer's alcohol beverage if. And then with a subheading underneath that of 2 points. 1, if there is an insufficient supply of agricultural products that are within Cache County due to crop failure or damage. And 2, might need to address that first one, excuse me. 2, and then it's something about, I haven't got the language sorted out here, but beginning, when they start the operation, it plants from the ground, that's also benefit, that's enough to confirm that they could still pull material in to operate their winery.
So we're eliminating within the state.
Correct. If the county commission's on board with that, that's.
I am.
I'll say, I've done some research tonight, I think that they're correct, that to limit it to within the state probably would be an unconstitutional violation of the Commerce Clause.
Free commerce.
I'm gonna try and type that in quickly so you can see it typed.
I feel a lot better, though, a lot more comfortable with his suggestion. I'm glad that we listened to him on help for the starting out businesses too, based on planted
And I guess I think part of that just comes up way up on number one. A winery must be accessory to the primary agricultural production use. So already, I guess I think they're growing the grapes already. The winery becomes secondary.
Well, they could be anything.
Right, I guess.
They could be hay
doing
farmers
cows,
or
and then the
dairies or
sec-
whatever else.
And then the secondary thing is the wine. All
But
right.
if this is truly secondary, they've got to start sometime.
Right, right. And I'm not opposed to, yeah.
Am I wrong in thinking though, like, I don't like to impose unreasonable conditions or whatever, but, I mean, a smart,
Yes.
person would, you know, install the crops and let them mature and grow before they would come and ask for a winery permit, right?
I don't think
It's
so,
pretty
because
dang
of, because of the amount of.
Labor and expense.
Well, the expense that goes into. But it's not the same as planting a crop of alfalfa. You know, a pretty significant, capital outlay to do that. You have to have a fair.
You don't have to have a winery though to grow grapes.
Correct.
So you could plan ahead and do it that way, but yeah, I just asked the question. I don't have strong feelings that way or whatever, but
It's a good question.
Okay.
I think it goes a long way along the lines as far as a winery, just like these gentlemen said, if you're going a winery, you're committed if you've got the plants in the ground, so it evidences that.
Yeah.
I mean,
so yeah, I could see arguments for
right
the other way around, saying, hey, I don't.
I'm gonna do a winery.
I don't want to pursue that unless I know I'm going to have a winery.
But Nolan, from the council viewpoint, I mean, we're making a pretty big turn at this point. I'm comfortable with that, but I know the council was pretty strong on, we want this product to come from here.
But I don't think the council heard the 3 and 5 year and type of thing like that, so I go back to what Councilman Zilla said, okay, it's passed, let's make sure they succeed. So I'm of that opinion saying, if we say the plant's in the ground, the evidence is there because they've applied for that license and they've evidenced that license by putting the plants in the ground. So if we craft something, and I don't know how legal would come on this, but we've got to say, we've got to give them time to produce the plant or get the plant growing so it produces the product. That's like saying a dairyman's got to start milking his cows as soon as he can, but yes, he can buy
2
them.
years before he's gonna get milk.
Exactly. So evidence means that we reasonably think this out and agree with what these guys who have experience in there. Your thoughts?
My thoughts are that once they build the winery, they've got so much incentive to keep planting grapes that they're gonna do it. It'd be like putting in your milking parlor and all that infrastructure, and then, well, you're gonna follow it through.
I agree, but I go back to the agricultural side that, just like Martin says, the other counties have said, if you've got the plants in the ground, you've evidence even committed on that, versus I built a winery, then I'm gonna say I'm gonna go outside of the state of Utah and buy all of those things. To me,
Yeah,
that's not.
I'm just saying, I think that, yeah, if you put a 5-year or a 7-year, whatever, however many year limit.
Okay,
on it,
so
that's
you're
more
not
than
objecting to
sufficient.
the plants in the ground thing, okay?
Let's be a little careful and limited in the time, because if they've got plants in the ground, we can't say if they've got a 3-year plant, they got a 5-year, if they got a 7-year.
I missed it. I think the plants in the ground, between the fact that they've got a physical facility on the ground that they don't want to have not in use and then within some amount of time, if they've got a physical facility and they've got plants in the ground.
Right language, but we'll fix it.
Devil's advocate, I'm okay with where we're going, but we always look for that.
Say this and I just don't have an answer.
Is there a way around something? Can we, the guy plants a half acre of grapes and then buys all of his grapes from California and brings that in because he has
Because he's got plants in the ground.
He's got plants in the ground, he's got a winery here.
51% production. The 51%'s still up there, so.
Have we
he's
kept
still
the
has to
51?
show.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, I mean, for you, I mean, for 80% of the people, that would work. But whether it's the ski resort or whatever, we still got to plan for a few turkeys that will try and milk it.
Which may be a reason to put a time.
But that's the only thing that scares you though, because we can't say today,
if we
an apple could be 7 years.
Rather than a time frame, why don't we say that if the plants are in the ground until they're production?
I think
Adequate production for what?
the point to the plants in the ground was to cover that entire problem of as you're growing the
Commitment.
business and you don't have enough plants too, so that whenever you cross that 51% problem, you're like, okay, well, we were at 2,500 cases, we only had enough grapes for that. 2 years ago, I planted the grapes forward to get up to 5,000 cases. They're not quite in production yet, but I have the plants in the ground. I need to go buy the grapes for a year or two till they're out. The profitability is better if you grow your own grapes. Your profitability is way better.
And that's why I'm trying to say, instead of a time frame, which they're evident about, that if we say in a normal production period or growth period that you're evidencing that you're working towards that 51%, then I haven't got to put a time frame on there, because I've evidenced that, I mean, if you're planning and you're not bringing him to production, then something's wrong and you're going against that. So that's why I'm saying a production based on that, on the growth period.
I like simple rules for a complex problem, and that's why I like that plants in the ground. The other is just a very simple line. So you can keep the line simple like that.
Well, that's why I'm saying I'm trying to stay away from time frame.
Exactly. Because then all of a sudden it doesn't fit for what all these apples or.
So you're devil's advocate.
Well, devil's advocate, so here's the control that's been kind of bouncing around the back of my mind, is maybe this 51% needs to be averaged over the time period, 5 years or whatever, so that gives you, you know, you can have your down years, you can have your failed crops, but you average 51% over.
I'm gonna throw a weird one out there, I don't even know if I like the idea, but TTV says that if you label your wine Utah wine, it has to be
Certain percentage.
51% Utah grapes. I mean, it kind of creates a problem in the beginning when you don't have that many grapes to make it, but it would be nice that if you could say, I don't even know how to make that play, but there is that rule that we all have to live by, to put that name on the label.
And you want to put like Utah wine on it, or they would require you to put Utah wine on
I
it?
get contacted constantly from breweries out of Salt Lake that want fruit that we grow or other pieces, because they want to be able to say that it's a locally sourced product. So that local niche, everything you're trying to do is to distinguish yourself as being unique. Otherwise, you can't distinguish yourself from Napa Valley wines. I want to, what my goal would be is to make us an AVA, so I can say it's Cache Valley wine, and then that's 80.
I'm not happy with that one. It captures the intent.
That's even more unique.
So to follow up on that, I'm playing devil's advocate, just so I don't want to say that we haven't considered that option. I'm okay with plants in the ground, et cetera, but I do have that concern of how do we ensure.
Well, what if we go, depending on the type of plants, the average time to production should be evidence that then you're going there, and then we're not giving, I mean, we've still got plants in the ground, he's evidenced that, he's built the building, but what if your plants in the ground die in 2 years? Then we've got the time frame on it, so that's why I'm going back to saying, based on the type of facility or the type of grape or the type of wine or the type of plant, if it's in the ground and can be produced in the average time, then we haven't put time.
Keep away from saying the type and just use a generalized term based on the average time of that plant.
The only reason I said that, because he's saying 5 to 7 years on apples, and you were saying 3 to 5.
Due to like the rootstocks and everything, you can, I think 7 years is pretty obvious. 2 to 10 years, a lot of times they recommend 3 to 4 years before you let it produce. So it's definitely less than the old standard times.
Mine's different because grapes are at 4 years, they're full production. That whole vine isn't really gonna, over its lifespan, isn't gonna yield a lot more differently. Whereas a tree, you know, as they get bigger and bigger, there's more and more apples, they're getting more and more fruit, more and more everything.
hate to put more rules, but I see what, Jason is talking about, so then do you limit it to a start time of 7 years or something like that? Or like you said, within a 10-year time, you're producing and meeting the 51%.
That's really the concern, and I mean, when we start talking 10 years though, then.
It's a long time to be a grape
We gotta
grower.
be a little careful here, though. I mean, we wanna be strict, but we'll have the county weed department, we'll have the county road department, we'll have the county wine department, and they might not get a whole lot done. If they gotta go out and.
Are they hiring?
They might visit, so they.
I'm telling you, gotta be careful.
Sales tax doing enforcement instead of putting it in.
I
If anyone's
think
putting
too-
in a new apple orchard in mass production, they're probably gonna be putting in dwarf or semi-dwarf trees and not the standard trees that take 10 years to production. We grow dwarf or semi-dwarf. So we're looking at 2 to 5 years.
Economically, you don't wanna go with big old trees, you wanna go with fast producing ones.
You haven't talked about berries or about,
What-
all of that. And you don't need to, I'd say, you know, you need to allow for commercial success, but it doesn't have to guarantee commercial success. There still can be some risk on the part of the person who's undertaking it.
Staff and, legal, what else is needed in about a minute to help, or are we done?
Action we can take.
What can we do to help?
So I'm gonna make a couple updates to this that we haven't discussed. You'll recall that the definition for wine is broad. It includes fruit, John's already referenced this, fruit, plants, honey, or milk.
I'm still debating that one, I gotta figure that one out.
Well,
Sour
look up
milk.
milk alcohol and you might, it's kinda gross.
Okay, okay.
So what's gonna happen is I'm gonna broaden it as we look
With cows,
under item 4, when we start to talk about the exceptions to having this product come from the county. There's some specifics we're gonna have to address that are broader than a plant. We don't plant cows in the ground, right? Milk doesn't happen that way. We have to be broader in what that means. Same with honey. So we're gonna have some refinement there, but the idea of what we're trying to capture is there. We're gonna have to refine that, and I'll work with John on refining what that looks like. So it is comprehensive for what it states previous to that in the section of code.
Chris, is this correct that they could take the language that you've just inserted there and maybe take out the ellipses and vote on this language for recommendation to the council and let the council hash out the final details? Or they could table it and hash out the details here before they send it?
Commissioners, how do you feel about it? I feel we've made tremendous progress tonight.
I think we're pretty close.
How does Nolan feel?
I didn't like his thing of putting it before the council, so I want it done here, but hey, I'm
there's one
selfish.
big
You got 2 councils and one and staff.
One big piece we haven't discussed,
5,000.
which is number 6, which is 5,000. And my understanding is the preference, Mr. Martin made the recommendation for 10,000.
15.
He made the recommendation for 10,000 in his email. At least 10,000 is your cutoff. In his letter to me, it said 10,000. So my recommendation was between 10 and 15,000. I wrote in 15,000 because that seems appropriate from the impact standpoint.
Yeah.
The difference between 10,000 and 15,000 is not something I can measure.
I can if I'm drinking.
I'm fine with any of those numbers.
So if that's appropriate.
What did you tell us before on cases was good? Did you give us an idea of cases?
I needed to get to 5,000 because that's profitability.
So realistically, can you hit
I
15?
said that you needed to at least tier it so we had some way to grow. If you just said 5,000.
Yeah, but
You hit
we
profitability,
eclipsed.
then you stop. I didn't, when he said the impact of driving is a quarter of a residential is the impact to the area, and the water use is less than a 1-bedroom home, 15,000 would then be 3/4 of the traffic to a home, and.
I don't know if it works that way.
Yeah.
But I think that there's enough there. I think Mr. Lukey's direction is
It's
good.
less than a 100 cow area, I can tell
Do
you
you
that.
need to build a bigger winery to produce 15,000?
You could
than
do
when you
5,000
were doing
cases
5,000?
in about a 3-car garage size.
And then what?
And so 15,000 cases is just increasing barrel storage.
Barrel storage.
Barrel storage area is like let's just say that the biggest wineries, our hay sheds are far bigger than any of, like, even a 50,000 case winery. You're not that
That's the last amendment I had.
This has been very productive.
So, point of order, I need to make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second motion.
All in favor?
I make a motion, that's the last point of order in time extension.
Aye.
so-
Aye.
Hey, while we're making suggestions though, just for the record, can we put down that, I don't know if it's I'm sure it's not us, but I sure feel that somebody needs to reevaluate the airport and agritourism. Because I think we got some elephants in the room on both of them.
Yeah, I really struggle with the airports, but, on this item, I just want to say that, I really appreciated, the changes. I think staff did a great job listening to us and setting up the site visit and everything. I thought, when I saw the language here, I was feeling very comfortable. We've had some great issues brought up tonight that I think we've been able to address, so I'm feeling really good about how we've been able to get to this point, so.
Can I ask on the apples, what's the profitability of cases, if I may, on that one?
Not sure. I think we'll find that, we'll figure that one out along the way.
Have you got a goal?
I don't know.
Have you got a goal of number of cases?
They haven't been hunting this as long as I have. I've been years of this.
We would definitely stay small, and if we got to where we were, yeah, we want to stay small. But if it got, I don't know, we'd have to move.
Tours and tastings, tours of the winery and tastings.
Tell me again where you are.
In Paradise?
Or both. I don't think it's quite in the same meaning.
Yes, you guys have done great, so if this comes before the council, I will defend your process and stuff, because this has been laborious. You put a lot of time in it, and I appreciate the inputs. I mean, obviously, there's some things the council hasn't considered, but I'm back to what Brady says, and that's the agritourism. I get concerned about the commercialism inside of the agritourism. And from a personal standpoint, we put in agritourism so we could keep and honor open space, and this thing tonight didn't show much open space.
Nor our straw.
No. So,
Well,
I think there's some issues there.
In addition, though, Nolan, too, is, we wanted agriculture to be viable.
Yep.
And so I think we look favorably on what opportunities can we allow, agricultural producers to pursue to make their businesses more profitable and keep things in front. So I think that's important.
Well, those were kind of exceptions, both of them, because the straw, if it was a local producer, and I don't know how you segregate that, if it was a local producer, that would be an avenue to move his straw and, supplement his deal. Coming in from out of the area made it tough.
Yeah.
This still makes it way tough.
Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to when we start having discussions about what our zones will be in the next years to come. Finish our long-range planning process, and then we start talking about how our zoning can support all the discussions you're having, rather than trying to individually make a decision each time. There's probably some better tools there that we haven't
Well,
explored.
an airport and an A10, that's an interesting point of, does that meet Greenbelt? Because I land an airplane on it now, but it yet was in grass, so interesting.
Okay, staff, what would you like from us on this?
What's the decision?
Just what, if we suggest this?
I think that you need to decide, do you want to have the final language nailed down? Because Chris and I both feel like there's a little part here that still needs some tweaking. The idea is there, but the language itself needs some refinement that he's got
I think
highlighted
the
right
council's going
there. Do you want to see the final refined language and then send it with a favorable recommendation to council? Or do you want to send it in this almost complete form with a favorable recommendation?
I'm personally comfortable with sending it forward
I am too.
95%.
City council
I support,
City council may make
because they could come in and change it after we changed it.
Would it have to come back to us if they?
No.
No.
Chris, typing at this time of night, you might be a little bit
There is a correlation there with lack of.
Hey, will you folks, just when you go to pay your property taxes this fall, write in a couple extra bucks for the planning and zoning folks?
You guys put in as much time.
So, I'd be willing to make a motion that we recommend to the county council, approval for ordinance 2021-21 amendments to Title 17, amending Title 17 to allow new use type for agricultural related alcohol products and sales as.
Do we need to specifically reference 60/30 or whatever that is?
I think that you need to reference whatever Chris has.
There's 3 highlighted sections.
Yep.
There's the one we've been talking about. There's a legal question about restrictions on advertising. And then there's the question about what it means when food arrives at an establishment.
Yeah. So Chris, I would suggest if they're going to send text that they recommend approval of, that text not include notes or highlights, but that it be a full.
We'll leave that as it is minus my additions.
But your addition, that sub 1 and sub 2 ought to be in there, but without the parenthetical.
Correct.
Notes to self, but just.
Those are just for me, so I can make note of that elsewhere.
15,000 was also.
Motion ought to
Yep.
be
That one's okay. I think that one's set.
edited tonight.
So on the food prep, is that down to heating or preparation or kitchen? Where's the finality of what goes on there?
That's the question.
That's why they're looking into it.
I like the wording you have for it, because to me, it makes it very clear to me what I can do. I'm not gonna be able to cook a hamburger, but I can slice up cheese and stick it on the tray. And pour some honey on there and put some salami.
And that's why I'm asking, because if I say it can be trucked in, I mean, what's the caterer? Food preparation brought in that's ready.
Our staff would have to prepare it.
Is that delineated that way, that it's?
Because you don't know wine requires a caterer to be bringing in that stuff.
The
because
key-
it's too random when your customers show up.
The key piece is right there. The amount and type of food is intended to be secondary and complementary to and part of the tours and tastings. So that is a subjective measure, but it clearly indicates that the food is not the primary thing and then you have the drink on the side. It's indicating that the primary thing is the tasting, which is minimal, and then the food's on the side. So there's a clear basis in the sense of quantity, that there can't be a lot of food. But
Doesn't the winery or the state alcohol code talk about how much food you've got to have at your tasting?
Yeah, there's supposed to be some food present, but that's not as restrictive as if you're a restaurant that serves.
Bar.
Yeah.
Unlimited or more than just a cup or tasting.
So we may present this to the council and they're fine with it. That just may be the case. They just might say, that looks great, let's go.
As far as what motion you ought to entertain, it ought to include the language presented and as amended.
Correct, as amended by the commission and staff.
I second the motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Oh,